Everybody, and welcome to the final day of the Kunoichi kickoff, or as I was, Kunoichi Kocoa. It is Championship Sunday. I am Loki, joined by Spectrion. How are you doing today?
I mean, I'm doing absolutely fantastic because here on this fine day, we get to crown the grand finalists of the Kunoichi Kocoa competition. And what started as more than a couple of teams has now fallen just down to 4, I believe, who are still in the runnings. The first game we have up for you today, though, is going to be a rematch of the EU finals with just a couple of changes. It's going to be NYXL Drainers versus Michael Wave. And I mean, last time we saw that game, it did undergo the favor of NYXL Drainers pretty strongly. That being said, there's a bit of a ping differential here. As most of NYXL, they are on the EU side. So we're going to see if that is going to be a big difference maker in this match today. Of course, all these players have been putting on an absolutely great performance to get this far, all the way to the winners final. And today, only one of them will have their records broached. Remember, this is the winners final, though, so a loss here does not mean they are out. It means they have to go down to the losers final and play to the grand finals the long way. But after all that babble, let's take a quick look at our teams, familiarize ourselves a little bit with the players who get to compete here.
Yeah, first up is going to be this Michael Wave team. Recognized them yesterday. There's a slight difference. We've got Ramsu on the DPS replacing Jinjo. The rest of this team, all the same as that EU bracket. Players to look out for in this one are definitely Death and Aramori. Don't let that support sign by Aramori fake you out. That is a DPS in sheep's clothing right there. And no fight is unwinnable when you've got Death alive on your team. This player is incredibly clutch.
I think one of the things that really stood out to me most when watching the matches that Aramori and Co played yesterday was just how much damage Aramori was attempting to do, especially on heroes who I might not expect to be pumping out the really high numbers. But it was a lot of Moira kind of off-angling that got a lot of Michael Wave success. So gonna probably expect to see more of that playing today. And as you mentioned, Death had a fantastic tournament, having another fantastic tournament today and looking to continue that streak all the way to the grand finals. But of course, these are only half of our competitors, so going up against them, NYXL Drainers, your Kunoichi Kocoa EU champions. And I mean, anytime you watch one of those games, X10 was absolutely ripping heads off.
Yeah, when I have invented a new shirt yesterday just for them. I mean, both of these DPS are just absolutely ridiculous. They are taking their duels left and right, and very, very rarely did they lose those. I do want to point out Alisu, though, how amazing they have been throughout this tournament. The only reason why their DPS are able to perform at the level they do is because they've got this tank in the front line, creating all of the space they could ever need. Alisu does not die, and they play aggressively. That's not a matchup we see a ton through these tank players.
It is not at all. I also want to take a moment to really spotlight Senna, because especially her first game on the EU tournament yesterday, I mean, she was tearing it up. She was doing, frankly, ungodly things on that Tracer, very often double killing the backline. Like, Anna break backlines even without pulse bomb, and that's not something you get to see every day. So if she gets onto that Tracer, and if their opponents aren't able to shut her down, then it could be over Red Rover for Microwave. That's going to be a big win condition for them as well.
Again, we do have to talk about the venue of these maps we are looking at. However, it should be very, very interesting. We're starting off with Control, higher pick seed. This has been consistent. We're going to Antarctica. We've played Antarctica, I think, every single game that Microwave has done. They always pick Antarctica first. In the past, it hasn't worked out great for them against NYXL. This is the third time we've played this game. The current map score is sitting at 6-0. Hoping that with that DPS change and the ping difference, we might see something new out of this Microwave team, but they are going to be fighting a little bit of an uphill battle here, even playing on a map they are very comfortable on.
And I think a bit of a mental aspect does kind of begin to bleed into it too, when you kind of keep losing again and again and again. I think there's always certain people who do have the kind of mindset to be able to get out of bed and go, we're getting it this time, third time's the charm, you know, but I think for your kind of average Joe, then it can get a little bit demoralizing to keep bashing your head into that wall. Of course, I mean, Microwave, they are all seasoned competitors, so if anyone can do it, it would be them. But for them, they're going to have to hope that they get, you know, a little bit of extra spring in their step here, because as you mentioned, 6-0, it does kind of hurt to think about.
Yeah, it's not generally the map score you want to see coming into something like this. I do think, though, if they're going to turn it around, this is the stage for them to do it. You know, it's a brand new day, brand new tournament. They've had 2 matches to go through all this. Not only have they had those 2 matches, they've had a whole night to know this matchup is coming, to go over those VODs, to find what they need to. You know, this is a team that has a good staff backing it up. Yeah, they have a good staff backing them up. It is player coached, actually, now that I look at it. But these players are incredibly smart. You know, Amory is consistently one of those really smart players. I know they have Me-Man backing them up. Me-Man's done a lot for the teams they've been on in the past. Even if they're not on the field of play, they've been consistently helping adjust their teams, find the different avenues. The brains on this team are incredibly smart. Jono as well on their roster. And it's always nice to have a backup main support, because main supports are basically coaches inside the game. To have one outside the game able to help you do VODs and stuff is a huge resource coming into these matches.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is double main support meta, pretty far off, but yeah, having an extra coach outside the server, one inside the server, as you mentioned, I mean, yeah, the brain trust of Microwave had to be working some overtime to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not be surprised. With that, though, yeah, so I really do want to keep talking about not just the Microwave team, though, but what's going on Nixel as well. I mean, obviously, they've been incredibly consistent. I think they dropped 1 map all through the EU tournament, which not a bad record to go on at all. X10, again, has been the star player, stand out above the rest. And so I really think that Microwave needs to come into this with a plan to take out X10, to meet them on their level and just strike them down. Before we get into that exciting DPS action, though, we are going to have to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Overwatch for you. everybody. Let's pull up a nice warm cup of coca because it is time for Overwatch. Time to get snuggled in, grab your blanket, nice cup of coca. It's a Sunday afternoon. Perfect time to have a nice match of Overwatch. Kicking off the day here with Microwave versus NYXL Drainers. While we might be trying to get all comfy to watch this match, neither of these teams are. This is a third round rematch to get the win here. This is winners finals, so loser is going to drop down to losers finals. Don't have the team they're matching up yet. That match is currently in progress, but we do have this one right here. Winner punches their ticket to grand finals, and I could not be more excited to see who it is.
Yeah, sorry to take us on a tangent really quick, but I just realized, is cocoa what Americans call hot chocolate?
Yeah. Well, sometimes.
Sometimes?
Sometimes. It's both. It can be hot chocolate or cocoa, whichever you're feeling that day.
I don't think I've ever heard cocoa here. Because for us, actually, no, that's a lie. We have cocoa powder, but cocoa powder is like only the actual cocoa powder. Yeah. Yeah, and when it's like bitter, so if you mix it with like milk or water, it's gonna be like not good, but you know, like kind of more on the bitter side of things. And we have hot chocolate, which is like the really sweet one.
Yeah, no, we just did the same thing, right? I don't know. Either way, you know what? We've got EU versus NA here a little bit. NYXL coming across the ocean. So yeah, we have hot chocolate versus coca today. Microwave running the coca, NYXL running the hot chocolate. See who pulls out the win. To take a look at our two comps here, we're both starting on the Ram.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of the Ram recently. I mean, it was locked earlier in the ANZ tournament, of course, but I mean, in Australia, they do kind of love their Rams, they love their Moiras, so that kind of zombie comp we were almost expecting there, but we've seen it a lot as well in the EU and NA flash ops. I mean, after the recent buffs from March has been making a bit of a resurgence over the Reinhardt, and these two teams not going to be making any differences here. Symmetra's out of spawn, but very likely going to be swapping to the Sojourner in just a hot second. A big thing to pay attention to here is what Ramacho uses their shift at Nemesis form first, because that is the big difference point in these two compositions. That's the thing that makes them make or break it this mirror.
Absolutely. Everything mirror, so it's just going to come down to that play, especially the pacing. Typically, we've seen Microwave take that a little bit faster. Would not be surprised to see their form come out first here to try to push pace. And Ramsu on the flank here already having some problems trying to deal with X10, putting in a lot of damage. Now with the point open, NYXL Drainers rotating that way. Neither Ram has fully committed yet, but it is going to be Drainers who gets on this point first. Now, Ramsu, a really good opportunity here to take it onto Senna, who went too aggressive. Never mind, Senna turns it right around, and here's that Nemesis form out from Alisu. Takes down Mari, the tank diff right there. Mari not getting the play that they want there. Alisu saying their name early, but don't worry here too quite yet if you are a Drainers fan. We do still have, or if you're a Microwave fan, you do still have Death on the field, but it looks like they're just going to play for the lead here.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, isolating Senna there is a great play from Microwave, but unfortunately their aggression got turned straight back on their head. But speaking of aggression, they said they're going for more of that now as they push straight back into the high ground.
Wall already out. It's going to catch Mari in front. The wall drops quickly there. They're just trying to grab the team in here. Senna does have this May ult something. Not going to find it though, as the window from Anayun forces all of Microwave back into the other team. Microwave now is having all of their own ults charged up. Window is out, countered by the wall. Ramsu on the angle here, going to cut some stray shots, but not too terribly much here as they look to force point. Drainers here not contesting it. They just want to keep this high ground right now. And there's the freeze. Not going to catch anyone. It takes the high ground, but Senna thought they were safe. They weren't. The beat comes in as well. And now Microwave is playing the pace that we know them for. Right on in. Death catches two. Looking for a third as they're chasing NYXL all the way back to spawn.
I mean, with the beat over health, they were a tsunami catching out Senna on that high ground, who I think felt a little bit safe behind her Blizzard, but yeah, disrespected totally from Microwave, disengaged and pushed through. It's a quick flip from Microwave, and they managed to keep many ults on the board here. Getting caught out here would be awkward for X10, but they're able to live.
Both tanks have their ults ready to go on the table. X10 with that overclock as well. Both DPS actually. Microwave, really neither team actually has ult advantage. The main thing that we're going to be looking here from Drainers is that sound barrier. See who can use it best. X10 now on the flank, taking a fight. A little bit of a 2v1. Can they hit the shot? They do, but not hit the kill. Not enough damage onto Death to find it. Mari now is going to, after he's at Annihilation skills, both tanks in it. Here's the overclock damage already going out. Catches Aramori, but the freeze is in to counter the tank ult, and that lets Mari charge into the back line. Catching Anna you now. Alisu doing all they can to try to even this right back up. They are going to get the damage actually to catch the tank player. Senna doing some work here. Catches the main support as well. Scarlet falls. It's just Ramsey trying to stay alive, but it is not for long as Drainers catches this point right back.
That was so chaotic when the dust settles. Yeah, NYXO Drainers are the ones who still stand firm on the point. There's a token attempt at resistance here from Microwave, but Alisu pushing forward with that Nemesis Storm cleans it all right up, and 60% accrued. Microwave now have to back, because if they can leave now, then they'll have one really good fight left, all the time in the world to go for whatever play they wish. But if they fall here, then they're going to have to scramble a little bit. Microwave, their ults are good. Scarlet almost to the beat is going to be their biggest tool, more than likely. NYXO Drainers have much the same, and it's onto Senna to find value, I think, especially with this Blizzard.
Still 3 ults to 3 ults. Support line versus 1 DPS. Overclock already out here, but beat to counter it. Death on a really hard off cycle, gonna have to get forced out. Great play by Alisu there to take space, but maybe a little bit too aggressive as they fall. We do have that Blizzard out, but no ability to push in on it without the tank. All of Drainers is just forced right back to this choke, trying to hold it for as long as they can, and it's not gonna be long. Death taking down Senna here as Anna tries to do all they can with this window, not finding anything through it, however, and Drainers wisely not committing too very much. Right as I say that, though, here's Alisu back. That position that they held was good enough to allow for another quick fight here. Ramzu, the only ult in the game, however, this Blizzard, and with all of Drainers playing on high ground, you've got to be worried because Blizzard's going to come right in and fleet the entire team. Nixel Drainers really playing on top of each other now. Here's the angle, here's the May. Oh, the wall is out as well. That's everybody. Huge Blizzard there. Catches Scorp and Death and Mari are there to clean up. Baby, it was all they needed. A new day, a new time, because Microwave is defeating Drainers in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, it got so close, but in the Brawl Mirror, Microwave look like they have the absolutely slimmest edge there above the Drainers, and it did take a humongous Blizzard. What was that, a 3-player freeze coming through from Ramsu? But I mean, after you get an ultimate like that, there's no chance at all for the Drainers. Just grouped up there, they were a sitting duck waiting for the Blizzard to connect, and here on Antarctic Peninsula, that's going to be the thing that spells the end, at least, of round 1. Moving here onto sub-level, I don't expect any changes in terms of the composition.
No, I really... Oh, sorry?
Oh, no, you go.
No, I really wouldn't expect any changes here, especially with how convincing both of these teams looked on the that comp. I think it really just comes down to the execution.
Yeah, definitely agree there. Right, that's kind of the big thing here. I think we saw a little bit more of Ramsu trying to take angles on the May as opposed to Senna. We'll see what style works out better here, but right now both main walls missing, and we go back to that stalemate.
Yeah, already the shift out from Alice to Mari, actually the one pacing that a little bit slower, not what we've normally seen from them, but it seems to be working out pretty well as they've got the immortality out from Drainers now. That's going to be basically the rest of the fight without it. Now the immortality out for Microwave is not really able to help anybody. Senna hits the wall, they cut the line of sight, and the kills come shortly after. That is exactly what you want to see from your May. Incredibly smart wall to win that fight.
And Mari, I think, got a little bit greedy there with that Nemesis form as well. Punching when maybe blocking would have been a little bit better for surviving that long term, and has netted a little bit more ult charge for it, but, you know, it doesn't matter too much in the end. She kind of did have to make a play with knowing they were down in numbers, down in resources. Microwave, from the outside looking in right now. Death, though, with this railgun, searching for a shot.
So far, X10's been quiet through this whole game. Ramsey a little bit as well. These are the two players we expected to come out swinging. As of right now, it's been Death and Senna running the show here. Quick engagement. Mari having to mostly block here, and Ramsey gets caught out on the edge once again by Senna. Now X10 trying to make themselves a little bit more known as the backline is disappearing, and without heals, Mari is not long for this world. Drainers coming out strong here in round 2.
I mean, window, railgun, you hit a body shot, that's a quick kill, and a Sojourn of the caliber of X10 is not missing that any day of the week. So yeah, quick fight win from NYXO Drainers. Efficient, clean, everything they could have wanted. Microwave just have to reset, they have to go again, but thankfully they have been able to bank up to 5 ults, so they do have the biggest stick in this engagement. Gonna have to see if having that window is going to be the difference maker here.
Definitely on the side of Microwave, but the ult aggression comes out from Drainers first. Ramsey here with their own Blizzard, they can throw this back in against a they're gonna hold it for a little bit of a moment though, as X10 is thrown out the overclock, looking for damage. The Annihilation Field as well. Oh, what a shot onto Scarlet there! Lucio's don't expect to get caught out like that, so you gotta be worried going up against X10. Now X10 in a little bit of a hazy spot, needs to get out of his DPS. They're getting chased by Mari, going to get some help from the supports though. In the meantime, Alisu has checked down onto the squishies, taking death down, so no overclock in this fight. In the meantime though, point has turned, so the longer that Microwave can take this fight, the better they're going to get. They are losing players very slowly, but that's not super an issue for them, as once again, they've got point in their control. But the, overclock comes out, gets a kill before that can go down. Now it's just an advantage definitely on the side of Microwave, and the tank advantage on the side of Drainers. You've got to wonder, can Microwave really stay in and take this fight, especially with points turned, and it looks like they're going to think better of committing too hard here.
I mean, they stayed a long time in a losing fight, did Microwave, and they were able to force out ults. They were able to force out cooldowns, but at the end of the day, 40% not really enough there. They would have loved a further flip, and NYXO Drainers now on their last fight. No ults across the board, though, which means, at least for a while, this next fight is going to be entirely dry.
Death on an angle, that Blizzard, that Maywall actually cuts out their own DPS. No worries, Antiun's still there for Death to find, and that might be the clutch pick that they need. Never mind, Alisu with the Annihilation Field. We've been talking about how insane they are all day, how much space and damage they do, and even without a hit scan, even without a Baptiste, who cares when you have an Alisu?
I mean, NYXO Drainers, they come straight back in after their loss on labs, and here on sub level they look a lot stronger, a lot more convincing. Microwave not really able to win out a consistent fight there, but snatching what percentages they can to at least make it not 100-0. But that brings us all the way here to Icebreaker. We've seen both teams able to bring the heat. I think the big difference maker for the Drainers was just winning out their neutrals. No one really made any massively aggressive plays. No one was hitting anything mechanically insane, I think, from the Drainers, but they were simply playing their game. They were hitting their cooldowns, and because they did take the win over Microwave, who were going for a little bit more risky mechanical plays, and rewarded and punished for them, I think, in equal measure. Again, the mirror continues. No chances, I think, of seeing a swap off the back of it. And we get to see the decider, the tiebreaker here on Antarctic Peninsula. Will it be Microwave, or will the Drainers take their win?
Microwave here playing a lot more steadfast in the composition they were doing yesterday. Shifts already out from both of these tanks. It looks like Alisu's taking the win on that one though. He's able to force all of Microwave back. That does put them right on point, however. When the point unlocks in 2 seconds, it's going to go Microwave's way, unless we can see a wealth of aggression here. We're seeing a little bit. Maywall to counter this left shift Nemesis form out from Alisu, and that's going to be Mari. Actually has you take advantage here as they punch Senna all the way down into that form. Now Mari taking a lot of damage. Alisu at full onto point, and that's going to swing right back their way. Drainers, even though they gave the point, that aggression and that tank play continues to pull up all the space they could ever need. Nemesis forms back up now, and a quick window comes out, but a pause is gonna suspend that action for a little bit. So we don't get to see the amazing Baptiste window coming out first fight. We're gonna have to take a tiny bit of a second here to figure out what's going on.
I mean, that deadlock was going for a little while now. I don't think any player has fallen yet. It's trading cooldowns back and forth, and in that time, I've been able to build up to an amplification matrix already. I mean, this composition has a lot of sustain to it, especially with that Ramatra block. I mean, every player has some element of survivability on the server. So yeah, it kind of does, you know, figure that if you're not hitting Maywalls or some crazy headshots, then nothing's really going to fall. Kind of reminds me almost of, especially when we first saw Codiceo during that first Soja meta, and just how the kind of deadlocks you'd get there. But right now, I mean, nothing's fallen, and we go straight back into the action.
Straight back into the action with this main window out from NA, and Immortality instantly gone there. So Mara is going to be on point just all by themselves, but Senna got forward a little bit too far. Alisu couldn't maintain the space needed to help out their flex DPS. So this point's back in the hands of Microwave as the Annihilation Field comes out. First fight, X10 asserts the damage on DPS, and Alisu isn't able to get anything out of this Annihilation Field, actually. They want to get a little bit of space, but that's it. Not sure how much it matters, though, as the DPS now are going to work putting in damage. NA unit is down, but how much does it really matter when we're testing cleanup at this point? Well, I take that back. Scarlet trying for a miracle, but doesn't seem like they wished hard enough for, wishing hard enough in the well there.
Yeah, I think I won't be throwing the Lucio maybe a little bit too much to Austin. I thought that fight was over for the Drainers when Senna fell, but I mean, also investing the Annihilation early on, XN hitting a railgun and starting it was straight back into contention. They win it back in the numbers down fight. Microwave, though, with the respawns, have numbers advantage, so Drainers have to disengage and come back with a full fight.
Point flip back to Microwave, but this Mail is wild. Ramzu gets pushed way out of what they're looking for there. And even with this Annihilation field, is the beat enough to counter it? Kind of. Neither team really getting a huge foot up on the other one. No Nemesis form out. Right as I say that, Alisu wanting to take it to the backline as they've lost their Lucio or have the speed. They're finding it challenging to really find a target to be able to go onto there. It's not looking amazing for Drainers here. They're really committing to this fight even without point control. X10 there takes a really aggressive play, not going to get a whole lot from it. An immo comes out as a result. And without the immo to help out the Mei walled Alisu, they're just going to fall down quickly there. And so it is going to be Microwave coming out on top of that long fight.
I mean, it was long. It took so long, but finally they do able to get the flip, and I think a massive HP advantage between Mari and Alisu was a big difference maker for me in that fight. Constantly running around half HP to, 2/3 HP was the Ramattra of the Drainers, and Microwave had Aramori on her back, constantly keeping her tops up, and that's a huge advantage, especially in the tank trade. So 80% now, and right, so Drainers have one last shot to vie here for Fantastic Peninsula.
They do have a lot of ults on their side. That overclock is going to be huge. Hit scan battle immediately goes X10's way. Scarlet not committing beat to this fight, and so it looks like we're probably going to get a really cheap fight here off the back of X10 railing down all of Microwave. 99% for them, but only one ult used to get the point back in Nixel Drainer's control.
XN had been relatively quiet up until now, but putting their name straight back on the map with a clutch overclock 3K to get the flip and to get the flip only with a single ultimate. So saving that Annihilation throw into that next fight is going to make it so much easier to start snowballing this defense into something that's going to resemble a real comeback. Microwave, though, the same could be said of them. They have plenty to bring to bear.
Annihilation field most likely going to be used for sustain here, and Drainers with the disadvantage want to take this fight as long as possible, try to charge up those ults. And as this ult comes out, it's not going to be enough to counter out Mari. Ramzu now committing this blizzard. You don't want to be there. Alisu, no help can be found. Annie, you can't get there in time. X10 with a dream, though, able to take down Death. Can anyone get to point? No! Annie, you tried, but they weren't fast enough. And just like that, Microwave have double Drainers loss percentage thus far.
I mean, Microwave against the Drainers there, they're able to turn up the heat, and unfortunately, Drainers, they really can't flush out all the mistakes they were making there. It got close. It took a lot of back and forth on every sub-map, but in the end, they're able to get the win. And, I mean, we had everything coming out from both sides. I mean, mechanical plays, great macro execution. I mean, ults that first fight on Icebreaker, where just no one died. I mean, that was an insane way to start off this series. And Loki, if that's what we're getting heading into the rest of this winners final, then I mean, I cannot be more excited to get into this.
Yeah, I mean, this is already a completely different game than we saw yesterday. The one map, I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but keep in mind, coming into this, the score was 6-0 between these two teams. Now, with a solid 1-0, that's a convincing map win, especially on that third round. I would not be surprised at all if we saw something completely different. Keep in mind, if you are a Drainers fan, this is Microwave's always confirmed map pick. They love Arctic Peninsula. I don't know that I've ever met someone who does, but now that I have, we can be confident in this Arctic Peninsula pick. And so going into the next map, I think is where we might see maybe something happen, maybe get more back to that, energy that we saw from Drainers yesterday. It is going to be Midtown. This is something that Drainers looked extremely consistent on all day yesterday during the EU tournament. But this isn't a bad map at all for Microwave here.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with that. Microwave have also looked strong when they have played Midtown. I think the big thing that has been powering the Drainers so far on Midtown has been X10. They're going to have another game. We did see glimpses of it there on Antarctic Peninsula, but on Midtown, I think they might have to step up to a whole new level because, I mean, the level they were playing at yesterday on EU servers on the Sojin was absolutely ungodly. And if they can replicate that performance here, then it'll be a quick 1-1 here in this winners final. Else, I think Drainers might have some trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, X10's been really quiet so far today. I mean, after the performance yesterday, I expected a lot more than this, and we're just not super seeing it so far right now. I don't know if it's a ping issue, I don't know if it's like a momentum or warm-up issue, but this is not the X10 we saw yesterday. Instead, Nixel having to rely a lot more on Senna, they're having to rely a lot more on Alisu, they're having to rely more on Anayun. And look, these players are amazing, but to say that they have the playmaking potential that X10 did yesterday is a bit of a stretch. Like, no discredit to them, but X10 was just a force yesterday. Thus far, we're seeing them be good, just not what we expect.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of important to set our expectations at a reasonable level. X10 has been performing as you'd expect a Sojin to. We have absolutely no criticism for them whatsoever, but the X10 we saw yesterday was a star player. It was a tournament MVP level performance, and I mean, anything, unfortunately, is going to be a downgrade from that, and not seeing it here, while, entirely reasonable, does hurt a little bit. Still going to be very, very possible to see it here in Midtown, one of the best maps in the game for your hit scan to pop off on, but going to be competing against, again, a very competent player in Michael Wave's Death. And we spoke about them a little bit before the match started as well, but I mean, they have been hitting head, and we saw that again on Antarctic Peninsula, going consistently for some aggressive slides. But, even though they, very risky, they were definitely hitting off the shots. And if you're consistently landing picks, eliminations like that, then the kind of element of risk doesn't matter too much. So if Death continues, then Microwave should be feeling confident here in Midtown.
Yeah, I mean, Death has been playing extremely well. I think the thing that we really know them for is that comeback ability, to just turn fights back into their favor through sheer force of will. And we haven't seen that today, but because we haven't needed to really see that today through any point. I don't know at any time so far today where we've been looking for that comeback play from Death. They've been able to just be a consistent, solid player because there hasn't been too much more asked of them. Now, though, with Alisu on this Winston, this was kind of the star, hero that we saw from him yesterday, especially on these hybrid maps. Now, we see Drainers going for a little bit of a rotation around this top point. Mari's already committing to Nemesis form, not going to find too much of it. But Alisu, in the meantime, going to find a lot with their tank play, taking down the DPS. Death immediately respawned. But Drainers now in the area that they wanted to be in from the start of this. Able to jump onto the back line now, looking for a kill on Death. Alisu's not going to find it. The damage there, too much for them to deal with. And Mari on the back line, looking for a kill, now taking the tank play. Not going to find a kill there either. The healing and support for Alisu just right there the entire time. That double flex support, that double main healer, all they need to keep Alisu up through these super aggressive plays. Alisu once again diving into the backline on half health and trying to chase after that anti. Death on so low, no one can find them, and it's going to be Anayun who falls. The response come quickly, but it doesn't matter. Without their tank, there's no chance for Nixel here. And sure enough, Mari finishes off this fight in style.
I mean, playing into a comp like a Ram comp, playing Winston is always going to be very, very tricky. There's a reason why Winston isn't considered nearly as meta nowadays. And though Alisu very, very comfortable on the hero, then still going to be an uphill battle for all of Nixel Drainers into Michael Wave. And in that first fight, it took them a while, but unfortunately they're not able to get any real eliminations. Here, though, with the nanos for Anion, maybe the things will tell a different story.
Nano up, you can already see Alisu trying to position around that play. Oof, X10, they're falling really, really low. Manages to catch a health pack just in time, though. Alisu forced to commit, maybe because they don't want to, as a result of their team taking so much damage. Now the Nano's out, but they don't have a jump for another 3 seconds. Doesn't matter. They've got Winston right clicks. Able to make the play here as their DPS also stepping up in stride. Both of the DPS asserting their respective roles. able to find the kills that they need to. Ramzu trying to get back here, possibly trying to make something happen. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Annihilation Field and beat out, so Microwave really want to extend this fight as much as possible. The primal here for Alice is going to be all they need to maintain their positioning. Senex moves into the backline in the meantime. Death back here trying to make the play on the overclock. Antied, 18 health. Can anyone find them? They find Lane, and no one can find Death. Doesn't matter how much health they have. Finally, Anyun takes the pick, but in the meantime, is it enough to turn this fight? No. Ramsu falls to the Genji, and with 1 minute left on the clock, Trainers is moving on to street phase.
That was labored. That was so labored, but an attempt at defense from Microwave is slapped down, though it did make the Drainers sweat more than a little bit. I mean, having to pop the Primal, having to pop the Kitsune Rush, it does hurt, and even though it maybe wasn't Annihilation I'm in love with, I think it definitely did get its value. So Microwave, they're going to be comfortable as they set up here on the high ground, and Drainers need to figure out a way to take them straight off of it.
Trainers already trying to take some space aggressively, maybe force that high ground out. Not going to find a ton of success at the moment, but they do manage to succeed to get that stairs. Right as I say that, Ramsey right here to prove me wrong, and X10, this is what we've seen a lot more. Takes down Death before this fight even really gets started. Senna now looking for a little bit. They're able to stay in with that deflect. Already going back in. They smell blood and they want that kill onto the back line. Setting up Alisu for it. This Winston is on fire right now. And once they're on street phase, they found the momentum. They have found all they need. And it looks like Michael is only really going to get one final contest to try and take this point. Alisu forced to pull off just a little bit. Tiny regroup for both of these teams if they want to get everyone back in full to get their plays and rotations set up. You see Ramsey there, falls a little bit low, but they can rotate with the rest of the team trying to take this high ground. The point flip though, as X10 once again finding first blood in the fight. Anyun on such a safe angle here, allowing their team to just play through it fully. X10's going to fall now, but with Nano up for the main tank, you gotta be worried. Oh, Mori, can you get out of this? No, you can't. The backline now dead for Microwave. There's no healing for them, and the follow-up already coming through.
I mean, a humongous slip up there, in my opinion, from Microwave, who, knowing they were going into the Nanoblade fight, had to at least force that particular combo out. But Ramsu falling there means that Drainers didn't have to invest it, so that Nanoblade, Senna and Anion could still combine for a wipe here, and Scarlet does not have a beat to cancel it out. So this next fight could be very painful for them, unless Anion gets taken down early.
Ramsu trying for a blizzard on the back line at 1 health, kind of just has to throw it, not gonna find anything other than their own life. So they have Cryo up in 2 seconds, so we're probably not going to see a death from them, but Alisu is going to find some carnage in the back line, picks up Scarlet. Ramsu again has to invest Cryo here on this off angle that they've been forced onto. Alisu is doing such a good job of separating this team, and it continues to force Ramsu into bad position. Senna taking advantage as Mari is taking a little bit of a nap, little bit eepy. Now is not the time to sleep though, it's time for Annihilation! Death and Mari combined to pull this fight out of nowhere!
I mean, Microwave win out the fight, yes, but they spent every ultimate to do it, so their highest ult percentage now, Aramori on 19. Drainers, remember, Nanoblade's still in that back pocket, and they have the Kitsune Rush of lane 2, should they want to take a slightly slower route to this fight win. So, Drainers, they might have lost that fight, but they are still very comfortable with they are on mid-town, and they still have 2 minutes to do whatever they will on this attack.
With the blade, Nanoblade's still on the table. There's the blade, there's the Nano. They're trying to go back onto the back line of the Anu, but it's not going to be enough. Scarlet taking out quickly. Oh, that ammo maybe came out too early there for Amori, and Senna takes advantage. The flex DPS making themselves known. Ramzu has switched to the Tracer now, trying to find a little bit more value. Gonna chop down their opposing flex DPS, but for how long is it really gonna make a difference?
Halo's cruising further and further towards that goal, and Microwave still have nothing to show. Ramsey trying to hold some early space, but Drainers right now just trying to force the Tracer out, and so far not succeeding.
Engagement here for Mari. They've got to find some big value on this initial left shift. Lane survives through it. They do have to cleanse. And without Annie, you've got to be worried. They have to get damage now if you're Nixel, and they're finding it. One pick on Death, another pick on Scarlet. That's a breakdown. This means that they are completely free to dive into this back line. And Alisu already taking advantage. Sen is there to help him out. X10 is railing down the competition. They've caught Amori and they're looking for more. Senna is going to win that Tracer duel as well. And so they are just truly free on this point. Mari's going to pop this Nemesis form, but without any help here, it's not going to matter. Armor cleaved through by this Winston due to the recent patch. Amori Mori, Kiriko in a dream. Can they find it? No, it's X10 once again. This is what we've been waiting for from the hit scan. And just like that, we've got a full cap from Nixel Drainers with 40 seconds left on the clock.
I mean, the time really, I mean, you love to see it. And again, NYXL Drainers, we did see them play Dive a little bit before in the EU tournament. They played it for a map, they looked surgical on it, and they never really pulled it out again. And here on Midtown, it's an unfortunate curveball Microwave have just found out about because they have been absolutely slapped back to spawn. I guess in their favor, might be a little bit harder perhaps to play that Dive on the defense, might be a little bit easier to catch up maybe the Ana on and off angle, but that's most definitely a silver lining for Microwave because right now this cloud is looking darker and darker. They just look so good when they can play that Winston. Maybe it's not the strongest comp in the game, but it's most definitely their best comp. They show exactly why on that attack. Going straight back to something a little bit more standard though on the defense. They've had their fun and now they're back to normality. Going to be some Ramatra on the defense, but we'll see if there's something Microwave can read.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good the comp is if you're good enough at the hero. We've seen how many one-trick teams cleave through contenders in open division. I mean, it's so long as you're good enough, it really, really doesn't matter what you play. Alice, you're proving that there. I do want to point out, though, again, I don't want to turn it into an X10 fan cast, but when X10's performing, Drainers is winning, and that's been super consistent throughout this game so far.
I mean, we can expect it to happen again. Microwave currently on a Junker Queen. This is very much attempting to read a dive composition, so a bit of an unfortunate surprise coming out for them, but Spawn's right there. They can swap as soon as they see it, and that's exactly what they're doing. Straight back in, very lightly goes mirroring out the Ramatra, and back to the mirror. This is what Microwave won out on before, an Antarctic Peninsula, and though the choke is a lot stronger here for the Drainers, then Microwave looking to get the same result twice.
And I would say Microwave is generally a team that's better on attack, how well they push this tempo and how well they play these aggressive fights out of here. We've seen Death take these aggressive angles. Already, we're seeing Ramzu on a really hard May angle there. So Death now, Railgun charge up, trying to find a little bit there, gonna get forced back into cover. As Senna forces out the cryo from Ramzu, can they take advantage? No, they have to cryo themselves actually here. As Mari's already committed the Nemesis form, so we're not gonna see any space taken from them for at least a moment. X10 now trying to find their own railgun as that doesn't find a target. Senna has to put up the Maywall, gonna cleave out Mari on their own little angle. The Nemesis form keeping in damage. They've got him through the armor. They've got him the immortality out. They can't find the kill. Oh, look at this though. Ramzu's on point all by themselves, and that's not what you want to be seeing. Clean movement from X10 here to get on this off angle, and I think this is, well, nope. Right as I was about to say, you know, Microwave maybe heading back to spawn here to pick up their fifth. It looks like they just kind of want to stay in here and play this long.
I mean, holding the space is so valuable for them because it means they have to expend basically no resources to come straight back to the position they were when they left off. And Ramsey, a short trot back, and all five is back for Microwave, and they're close to their ultimates they can begin to invest.
Alice here looking to hold this space on the point. 2 minutes already passed, so we're about nearing where the cap was, but X10 versus Death continuing X10's way. Annihilation Field is out. They're not going to kill this May in time to stop the mail, but there's the sound barrier out. That's the trigger that Senna needs. Scarlet gets caught in the blizzard there, and they are going to fall, but without a ton of healing and without a ton of DPS left on Drainers after that play, Microwave only has to find the one kill on Alisu, and that's going to get them the point. I think just below the pace that Drainers was putting up. Just ahead.
It's about the same, yeah.
Yeah.
Microwave, they just walk onto the point, they use 3 of their ults, and they get the cap because of it. And yeah, it is lovely for them, but NYXL Drainers, they will, at least from a stronger defensive position, in my opinion, at least from the bridge, also have an ult advantage. Instead of moving over to the Tracer, is just her going straight back over to her counter pick. We spoke exactly about how dominant it had been before, but into a more brawl composition, might struggle a little bit to get value.
Mori here, needs to be able to survive through this Tracer push. You already see Senna working for it there. Immortality has to be used to keep the Baptiste alive. This means it can't be used to help out Mari, who's getting shot down by X10. Once again, finding 3 in 1 fight. It's always good to have a hit scan that can just will these wins into existence.
I mean, yeah, lane there just with an aggressive beat, allowing X10 to go as deep as they wish, and a high health Sojourn with an overclock. I mean, that's essentially a fight win there. So Microwave sent back to spawn here once again, and they are left here trying to pick up the pieces. Now, they do have plenty of tools in which they can leverage, but the annihilation of Alisu has to be a foreboding prospect in the minds. How can we deal with the Ramatra?
Alisu versus Death. It's Death's turn to respond, and they're not gonna hit anything there. Shot down immediately. Alisu still has this annihilation field. The blizzard coming out now from Ramzu. Is that going to be enough to catch out Alisu? It is. But with the window on high ground, X10 finds Ramzu as well. One pick up now for the Drainers, but do keep in mind, Microwave does have spawn advantage. How early Death died, they're going to get back into this fight before Alisu is able to. So Microwave here actually has the advantage, weirdly enough, after losing 2. And that's going to be all they need to force Drainers back a little bit. Not going to be able to take this high ground, however. Railgun up for X10, not going to find it. Death gets caught out once again, though. Senna dying to their own pulse bomb. Not exactly what we're looking for, but how much does it really matter when Alisu cleaving into the back line with Annihilation Field, setting up the kills and knocking them down like pins as X10 in lane.
And Aramori that used the window. I mean, that's a huge loss there. In a fight that was pretty far gone already, then throwing battles after good means that NYXO Drainers get more than a saving grace in that fight. They get a win condition. Now 2 minutes left on the bank. Microwave are slowly running out of time. They're going to have the beat. They're going to have the annihilation before the round ends. Will they really have anything else? X10 as well with the overclock. We've seen what they can do with it before. We've seen what they can do with just dry railguns, for Christ's sake. And against the overclock, then you do have to be scared.
Be terrified, I feel like, against that railgun, against that overclock from X10. Scarlet here has the beat to counter out that overclock. You really get worried about it more as well. The annihilation is during it. And I imagine that's the play here. Yeah, already you see them trying to focus action out of that position. They do succeed in that. The rest of the team forced back as well from the defensive form of Mari. Ramzu trying to find a kill off on the flank here. Not really going to be finding what they look for. Nixel Drainers able to break it down real fast. Now, the attempted retake on the high ground using this overclock. Not going to be finding any kills, and Mari is going to pop the annihilation code to try to counter this out. The beat out from lane to keep everyone up, and X10 once again finds first blood. This is just rhyming every single fight. X10 is all we're hearing for the first kill. And now they're taking the duel with Death on cart. Death, can you respond here? No, you can't. It's Anayun who finds the kill this time, but at the end of the day, it's still Nixo Drainers on this street phase with maybe one fight left for Microwave.
It's looking very, very dire now. I mean, 15 seconds left. A touch is going to be a challenge in of itself. If they get it, they will be able to at least contest, but Drainers looking to stop even that being a possibility. Holding aggressive with the Blizzard of Senna is going to slow the pace of Microwave so much. If they can score, then a touch, a win for one fight is going to be even trickier.
They do manage to freeze Mari as well as splitting off Ramzu. Kills coming through. There is a touch to Scarlet on cart. One Lucio in a dream. Let's see the Lucio dance. And they're doing a pretty dang good job, actually, surviving through this until they get caught in the Ram ability. They get dragged onto the floor, and the movement just enough to find the kill. Almost able to pull it out there just a little bit for their team to get back. Not able today, though, as Nixo Drainers even up this score.
That they do, and here on their own map pick, I mean, we said that X10 was their sink or swim. They had to pop off, and that they did, having a fantastic performance straight back into form on the Sojourn, and I mean, rewarded for it with a play of the game here. They were fantastic. There's no other way of putting it. They were absolutely stellar. Every time there was an opportunity for the Sojourn to find value, then they were there. They were connecting rails with heads, and Microwave had no chance at all against a force of nature like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing to see it. If you were wondering what we were trying to hype up after the first game, that's what we were looking for right there. And I'm a little bit astounded to not just see them playing so well, but to see Death not really able to find any sort of ground there. You know, we think of them as this, you know, super hyper aggressive, this, you know, able to turn fights, comeback DPS. We're seeing them die first fights At the end of that, though, we are going to take a little mid-game break, give the teams a chance to find their last adjustments that they're really able to make before this final stretch. We'll be back in just one moment. hope you got a new pot of cocoa brewing, because we're right back into it with New Junk City. This one should be a little bit interesting. It's a lot more confined than that Midtown map, right?
I mean, that's one way to describe it. I mean, other than a couple stretches of map, it's going to be much more enclosed, much more corridor friendly. And so, I mean, maybe a little bit less in terms of opportunities to extend to have that performance we just saw in Midtown. Maybe get a little bit more pressure onto those Mays, onto those Ramachas especially, to try and have a strong performance there, make sure their decision making is absolutely tip top. And as the choice of Microwave, that would kind of follow, because so far it kind of has been X10, standing head and shoulders above everything else. But I do think that we have seen, I think, Mari looking a little bit more comfortable on the Ramacha than Alisu. And I think Senna, I mean, she has been playing a very strong series, but overall she's always been a lot more comfortable, I think, when she is on that Tracer rather than that May. So I think very reasonable choice from Microwave, but of course only time will tell whether it's one that pans out for them. Flashpoint can always be very volatile as well when you do head into it, especially if one team gets caught out on a singular rotation. That can really snowball the rest of the map. So gonna have to wait and see exactly how it goes, but their execution on the map, I think, might be something that could be a point of contention for both of these teams.
Yeah, something I'm a little bit surprised about from Mari, like you were saying with their tank plays, they've been sticking really, really hard to that Ramatra. Typically from Mari, we see a little bit more flexibility in their play, a lot more willingness to switch on to different takes, see what works best. They seem to have just been sticking to the Ramatra so far because it probably is what's working best for their team. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something a little bit different here on New Junk City. Maybe something like, that Junker Queen, which they've played pretty well the whole time. Maybe something like, an Orisa, which they pulled out occasionally, in order to just play the full sustain comp into the Ramatra. Alisu is rolling the Ramatra. Mari, not quite allowed just yet. There we go, that's looking more like it. Sigma is another thing where we don't typically see that on Flashpoint. We see it every once in a while, mostly as a counter to like a ball. But it looks like Mari pretty confident in this Sigma play. Never mind, I got debated.
Faces. Yeah, full of the mirror. I think it is going to be going forward what at least we consider the meta for now. Still room to be innovated in, but right now lots of teams seem to be heading towards the Ramatra, and for good reason. Right now, both these teams playing the full mirror, playing the same area of the map, so it's just a game of chicken now. Who drops the point first, or if they ever do it all.
Mari pulling their team around in a counter rotate. This puts Drainers in what might be like the 1% more better portion of the point to have an advantage with. Working just slightly better for them. X10 here, diving onto Death. Can they get the kill? Death barely gets out of their life there. A couple more shots, and that would have done poorly, but without Death here, do they have the damage to force Alisu to pull off of this angle on Amari? No. Death once again taking this aggressive angle, taking the battle with X10. X10 living through that somehow, and right as I say that, Caster's Curse, they have fallen. Death finds the aggressive angle and wins the battle, but maybe loses the war as they end up falling to Anayun there. Both teams down 2, but with Microwave still having their tank up is going to be their point.
I'm so impressed always by these Baptistes who can consistently have window up in time. Speaking of window, Anayun pops hers, but not enough to keep Senna alive, so an aggressive move from Drainers is rebuffed pretty quickly. And with Mari finding that kill onto Anayun herself as well, then they have to go straight back, so losing, unfortunately, 2 players there, about the worst case scenario for them. They invested, not too heavily, but invested all the same and found absolutely nothing. That being said, Flashpoint normally ticks up very fast, but only at 25% here means that there's maybe still 2 shots left to contest Arena for the Drainers, so they're not feeling too uncomfortable just yet. They still have multiple chances before Microwave take the first fight.
Yeah, both teams pretty even in their ults at the end of the day. Both Anayun and Amori investing window there at different points, so not too much worry about that. Seeing Alisu a little bit outpaced here by Mari. The Annihilation Field is popped inside of this Blizzard. Gonna cap down on Anayun. Accent tries to respond, not enough, as Mari on this ram is continuing to look incredibly confident. Picks up 3, and now it's just a race back to spawn for Drainers trying to escape this Ramatra.
Escape by the looks of things they will, and 10% left to go. A touch is possible if it's a clever idea or not, a different matter entirely, but it looks like the Drainers are going for it, booking it to the point, and on the last absolute percentage point they make it there.
mind, Alex does have that annihilation field. They can pop it just for sustain if nothing else. Lane's gonna fall a beat out now to try and counter the annihilation field. It's not enough to save Amori. So both teams even on the support line, but the Baptiste on the side of Drainers. And so far, if you lose your Baptiste, you haven't really it afterwards. And it looks like that trend is continuing here. Only one pick on the Drainer side. Microwave, though, only one fight away from a 0.1 victory.
And they only need one fight to get that flip, as you mentioned, but whether that fight will come or not, a different matter entirely. I think it is a great insight that you mentioned with the Baptiste falling, basically losing your fight for you. I mean, it's the same in pretty much any brawl meta, you know? So whether it's Sigma, whether it's Reinhardt, if you lose your main source of sustain, then you're going to fall pretty quickly, because it is that Baptiste keeping everyone alive in a comp that does take a lot of damage. So Baptiste is back, as is the rest of Microwave, and again, pushing through the choke into the drains.
Looking for more. Death gonna take down Lane, but that then takes down Death. What a trade there. Lucio for Sojourn. Don't know who I take there, but this answers the question by taking down Amori as well. Now they take down Mari. 3 picks here for X10, and that's gonna be all she wrote on point 1. Possibly a last desperate touch, but not looking likely here for Microwave.
I mean, we said that maybe X10 would struggle a little bit more here on New Junk City. They've shown us that's evidently not the case, and 3 quick railguns going to complete the reverse sweep there on Arena. Anisu with a late kill onto Ramsu as well, going to rub some salt in the wound, and here now on Junkyard, or Scrapyard, sorry, then Drainers set up defensively. I mean, they're feeling so comfortable about their chances here in New Junk City.
Yeah, not only do they get the late pick there, they get lucky on the next point, able to control on top of it already taking space. And Senna, with this Blizzard, can just counter the moment they see aggression. Sure enough, there it is. Goodbye, Death. Mari probably close to follow there. They've got the annihilation field, but I don't know that anyone on their team can really come help them. Sure enough, they can't. The split there from the Blizzard, just too much. And just like that, first capture is going to the Drainers.
I love the decision making there of the Drainers, realizing that they were on the point so quickly, they might as well just hold the choke as if they were defending it. Microwave, I mean, they have to force through that area of the map, right? They have to hold the choke. And walking into such a disadvantageous position, they were going to always lose that out. They tried to go really aggressively through, but the Maywall of Senna was more than enough to bisect the team, and punishing each individual segment did the Drainers. So now they are pretty much in the lead in every single metric, and it's on to Microwave to knock them down a pair.
Big ult advantage here for Drainers, like you were saying. Biggest one, X10 with the overclock. Immortality already committed. Sound barrier now already committed, so the tempo has to be quick. Lane gonna find one, X10 gonna find one, and I don't know that they need to commit anymore outside of that sound barrier. X10 on an angle, doing the work they need with Lane helping him out. Lucio popping some Reddit clips, as all it takes is 2 players to get all the final blows in this fight.
I mean, those 2 players punch a hole straight through the Microwave, and that means it's 1 fight territory here on Scrapyard. They do have some tools for it, that is to be sure. In fact, almost 4 if they can play this slowly, but time is one thing they are in short supply of. There's 10% left to go. Even a touch might be tricky. Scarlet's going to make the run for it, but they're going to attempt to slow them down, all the Drainers.
Mari tries, fails though, and in the meantime, they've lost their main support. A quick response onto Senna, but this is just a fight really for no objective. Ult charge at most. And as a result, neither team really committing anything here. Mari's gonna find some kills. It's leaning Microwave's way, but at the end of the day, yeah, they're not really fighting over an objective there. They're kind of just fighting because they saw each other.
Well, I mean, it does give some very likely better timings onto the next flashpoint, especially if your opponent's spawn isn't amazing, but it looks like it will pay off to a certain extent. Microwave will get there by those things a smidgen faster, but it is an absolute matter of millimeters, and not likely to be too impressive as we do head here onto Refinery. Drainers have been banking ults there, up to 4 check marks. Microwave much the same, so it's going to be an explosive fight, Loki. This is going to have fireworks.
Well, even with the technical advantage, it's going to be Drainers that has the point first. The quick pick though onto Senna, who's very clearly not happy about it. They think they got the Maywall out. Annihilation here for Allison, along with the window to try to even up this fight. Not gonna happen. Death rejects that immediately. And 2 ults, as it was, yeah, 2 ults from both sides here, trying to take this fight. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be the Drainers who now have a huge stagger that's coming out here onto Anna. Ooh, that is brutal if you're a flex support fan.
That's worst case scenario fight for the Drainers, who come into it with pretty much every advantage, but I mean, losing Senna early on, investing mid during the fight, and then also having Anion staggered is an absolute cocktail for destruction. And now Microwave have swung the pendulum straight back into their favor. 60% already here and looking for more.
LSU taking their team on another one of these long drainer rotates. They're working, trying to find their way on the point. Mari's here to meet them with annihilation. Getting down to 7 this fight for the drainers, but Death is immediately not allowing any sort of play from that. Shots coming through, doing the damage. They're gonna die, but who cares? They did their work, got their 1, got their 2.5, actually, really, when you think about it. And so Michael Wave able to fend off the drainers on this point and Chaz a point number 4.
Yeah, no more goose egg for Microwave here on Flashpoint. They at least are able to draw blood from the drainers. Then we move on to our next objective. Then, I mean, they're looking to do much the same. Again, the annihilation of Mari, the huge threat, and no tools on the line actually for the drainers trying to shut this down. So they are praying for a rare gun from X10 to connect. A story we've seen before, but it's been a little bit quieter here on Flashpoint.
Drainers here set up on this point. You can see Anion trying to take some shots there. X10 on the flank, taking the fight with Death. Gonna actually be bought out by Scarlet. Not gonna be able to find much there. As Mari, that is a huge commit, and yeah, X10 has to punish. Now, no one restricting X10 on this angle. As they look for Death, they find it with the railgun to the legs. 3 through on point. X10 completely uncontested, continues to put up damage. Senna coming in here like Batman and Robin to finish out the fight, and Drainer set up to win map 3 if they can just close out this point.
That they are, Microwave are most definitely on a timer here if they don't want to exceed their opponent's series point, grand finals point. They are going to have to put their foot down, put the gas on, and maybe go for something quick, because, I mean, Drainer's 10% away from pretty much every ultimate.
Ramsey here throws out the Blizzard. They've got a lot caught in it, but no, never mind. What was that movement from Senna to get out of the Blizzard? Meanwhile, Amori has fallen, Ramzu as well. This is very nearing the last fight. Death a little bit evening it out here, but down your back team. I don't know how much you try to stay in their position here. Mari looks like they're trying to commit the beat for tempo to keep everyone alive here through Death's overclock. Alisu still has this annihilation field up. It's gonna get popped. This is gonna be last fight on this point. And X10 takes down Scarlet here in the meantime. Nothing off of Death's overclock. Now it's X10's turn to try and find a little bit of damage. Gonna be Alisu finding their way into the kill feed though, as they get the tank battle win on Tamari. Oh no, Amory, it's just you and Ramzu, and it's not gonna be enough. Drainers wins map 3.
Yeah, they do, and I have to say, maybe I'm a little bit on the cautious side of things, but I'm not a massive fan of Microwave's re-engage there in the 3-on-3 in that final fight. Good God, that shot's crazy. X10 is absolutely mad at the game. Okay, that's insane.
I mean, you wanted to play the game. Talk about a highlight reel. That's like YouTube clip drop material. Usually, Blizzard isn't great about choosing play of the game, but I think that's a worthy one right there.
I mean, I actually lost for words. That was absolute filth out of X10. And I mean, you got a player like that going off like this, and unfortunately, pretty much every map is going to be a breeze because the X10 lops heads. I mean, they did it yesterday, they're doing it again today. Just, you run out of, clever things to say. You run out of ways to compliment them. Feels like, yeah, words themselves are failing right now, but X10 having a game like this is powering Drainers to the finish line, and Microwave have at least a map choice to try and stop them getting there. But as we head on to our 4th map type, Loki, where can they even go?
We're at push. I mean, that was supposed to be the map where X10 couldn't do anything. That was supposed to be the Brawl tank battle map where Mari could try to find the way on Ramantra, and it just wasn't there. X10 forcing a square peg into a round hole and getting extremely rewarded for it. On push, you don't want to go to New Queens. New Queens is definitely a Winston viable map. You don't want to give Alisu something they're comfortable on. Esperanza, it exists. You know, that's a pretty heavy hit scan map though, and so you would think you have to go Coliseo there, but that's also a map where you can maybe do something a little bit funny on the tank. You can do a little bit of those hit scan plays. It's more brawly than the other ones, but at the end of the day, push is a pretty hit scan high ground map type. So what? I don't think there's any great options here if you're Microwave.
I mean, in my opinion at least, I think you kind of have to go Coliseo and hope they mirror your brawl, and then hope your brawl execution is better. Obviously, if you get into those first fight Sojourn deadlocks, you are in a bit of a pickle, but if you're able to kind of play those kind of more neutral brawl trades, just try and get cooldown advantage, try and get HP advantage especially, then I think that's probably going to be their best course of action. I think that obviously XN's going to essentially be running the server no matter where you go, but anything you can do to minimize their impact and anything you can do as well to keep drainers off the Winston is probably steps in the right direction. So I feel like they're kind of forced onto Coliseo, but as you mentioned, it's not comfortable for them.
It's not great, and I think you can kind of tell how unsure they're feeling based on how long we're waiting for this map submission, and we're not. Yeah, we're just waiting on it. I mean, this is how you feel when you're pushed back to match point. You're facing, you know, being sent down to losers finals in a matchup that you're maybe not super comfortable with, and you've already lost to Drainers twice. This is the furthest you've ever gotten. We've never seen a push map between these two teams. It's always been 0-3 up until this point. So this is new territory. We're in uncharted territory for both of these teams now. But there's just not a ton on their side here. I mean, if they can get it to escort, it's not even really looking better there, especially when Drainers have the map pick. I think if they were gonna take their opportunity, they had to take it on control and on Flashpoint and hope they can upset on a map that really doesn't lean towards Drainers.
Yeah, I do have a sinking feeling that you might be right, but I mean, Drainers right now just waiting to see what they're given, to see if Microwave can finally get the upset. And we've definitely seen that they can bring the heat. They can force NYX or Drainers onto their own tempo. They can force them to consider them as equal competitors, but in every clutch scenario, it feels like NYX have been there. They have been the ones who've been reaching 100 first, and they have been the ones who, you know, come up clutch when it's needed most. So I think that's one of the big difference makers between these two teams. Another thing, though, is that, I mean, as you mentioned, I think the compositions that we've been seeing, having the ability to play the Winston, I think is a huge thing. It's an absolutely humongous advantage. And only really wanting to one-trick Ramattra is a huge, huge restriction for Microwave, and one I think they're being punished for here as we head into even their own map pick, and as they will especially be punished for should this series go to 5 Coliseo. As we mentioned, really the only option for them, but forced into a composition, or into a map, sorry, that Sojourn is absolutely fantastic at playing against X10. Oh, I'd be sweating.
Yeah, Coliseo is definitely the better map pick here. I hesitate to call it a good pick. It's the least bad option here. And I think if you want to take a Ram map, you want to play that Ram mirror, which I would really think they do, this is probably the best one. Keep in mind, Push is a map that is most often decided by the first 2 fights. I think there was a stat somewhere with Owl where if you won the first fight on Coliseo, you won the map like 65-70% of the time. So if you can win 2 fights in a row, you're at a huge advantage for the rest of the map, the next 10 minutes. And that first little area where the fight takes place, that big tunnel, is pretty solid to just take a Ram v Ram, run it down, both DPS on the same angle, no heavy off angles that you can do. Sometimes Tracers like to play on that Mega room or that Mega off angle, but most of the time we just kind of see it, you know, power versus power, hammer versus anvil, who will break first for that trend.
of an uphill battle there. It's what they kind of want to do, but I mean, just spending all that time when XN is going to be farming rail after rail after rail off the block of Mari is going to be pretty much worst case scenario for them. So they're going to have to think up a solution to that, and only a couple minutes for them to figure something out.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit brutal.
Yeah.
So just one moment before we get into that match. I really think the deciding factor here has to be death at the end of the day. Like, they obviously have the ability to compete with X10. They've done it before. They've done it in flashes. I think the main thing that we need to be seeing with them is just like maybe pulling it back on the aggression a tiny little bit, so that they can really compete in the mid and late fight against X10. They're consistently the first pick on their team, and if you're a player that has as much comeback potential as Death, that has to change.
And I fully agree. Death has definitely shown the ability to be a fantastically impactful player before, and we know that they can do it again, but this is kind of their last shot to do so. Against the lower bracket finals, then Death has to perform if they want to power Microwave all the way through to the grand finals, and before that to a map 5. And the Drainers, on the other hand, looking to ride off the last of their momentum so they can get what they feel is a second grand finals appearance, one that they are owed, one that they are so likely to find even if they do go through that lower bracket. And these two teams, again, they're on the mirror. We've seen how this plays out before, going in favor of Microwave once before, Drainers another time, but before the action has a chance to unfurl, we get a pause.
And we're gonna take another quick little stoppage of play, if you will, to figure out the problem. I think the flex support on Drainers had a little bit of a problem. Aramori, you saw them throw Immo there before the fight even started, and right after they threw Immo, immediately, possibly, trying to figure that out. They might have a little bit of a lag issue there, a little bit of internet problems going on, so we're going to take a quick pause on that. With these mirror comps, what do you expect to see on this first fight neutral between these two teams?
I think it's going to be very cyclical, and the two cycles that we have to pay attention to are probably going to be the May Wall and the Sojin Rail. I think that if you can, fishing for maybe a wall would be very nice, but it's really kind of hard to try and cross that kind of no man's land if you do want to try and punish that. So if they wanted to go for those more brawl-centric executions, then a big thing to pay attention to is taking that kind of cubby, you know, the one opposite to the grass. That really allows you a bit of a staging post to get closer into melee range. If they don't want to do that, then they're going to farm Sojin Rail at long range and hope that either Death or X10 lops the head off. Those are kind of the two ways I see these being played out, and in reality and execution, it's probably going to be some mix of the two.
We are a little restart there after Aramori had an issue or two. Not going to worry too terribly much about it. So, right back into it. We're playing the mirror comps. I don't think they saw each other's comps at that point. I don't know that we were deep enough into that map.
No.
I don't know that it would have mattered either way. I think both of them are still going to roll out on this same comp. Without the Maga meta hitting, I really do think that Ram change is enough to just force it 99% of the time. You know, he already did a lot of damage in his non-nemesis form. The problem was how hard it was to hit those shots consistently. With that sign changed, it's a lot easier now. It's considerably more consistent to find some Ram value in poke.
3, 2,
Yeah, I mean, Ram actually does some decent damage at range now with his staff, and I think some players are going to be feeling the pain of it a little bit. So yeah, again, no odd rotations, both teams just going down main, looking to battle in that long sight line, and by the looks of things, there is actually an attempt to battle for this health pack area.
Yeah, Lane up against Ramsu there, Senna trying to help him out as well. You see maybe X10 there trying to flank over that side, help them out a little bit. Actually, most of the team helping on that flank route. But oh, Ramsu takes an icicle to the head, and now this flank route's going to be all Drainers. X10 takes down a Mori while they die for it. I'll take that trade every day of the week. Everyone but Mari wiped off the map in less than a second. Good God. Oh, Death now too on the stagger.
And staggers in Flashpoint can often be a little bit less helpful than they are in other points. If you down the robot, then the robot's going to get the same amount of distance before your team can next fight. But I mean, dying that late so far off the robot is worst case scenario for Microwave. And remember, successive fights giving the name of the game here. So if Drainers take this next one, then I mean, Coloseo looking like theirs to lose.
Yeah, once you win 2 fights, you're pretty solid here on the Coliseo. Blizzard already out. Can it catch Mari? It sure can. Lane's gonna die for it. Immortality out. Is it enough to save the tank? Not gonna happen today. Oh, and Ramzu there tries to go on an aggressive play. They know they have to turn the fight. They try to find it somewhere, and it does not work. And something I want to point out, playing Lucio into these tanks is just almost impossible because of that Sigma slot.
It is. It's so painful, but now having won those successive fights, Edomites or Drainers, I mean, they're on the home stretch now, and while there are 8 minutes left here on Coloseo, then Microwave know that they are running out of time. Drainers, in a bit of a disadvantage, will give up the space. They have no reason to fight for it. Remember, Microwave not getting any progress now, just undoing some of the Drainers, and the refight is going to be from such advantageous positioning from all of NYXL.
Yeah. Microwave, though, did take that at a really good spot, as they don't have the forward progress capture point for Drainers. But Ramzu, what's going on, man? First pick again for them to fall. That is not what you want to be seeing from your star flex DPS. They are not finding the angles that they need here. Death, though, we've been waiting for the comeback. We've been waiting for the victory. Here it is off of the overclocked power. Amazing show by them.
That is such a great comeback. I mean, I was already beginning to write that fight off after Ramzu died first, but off the back of individuals alone, Microwave come back and they get their first proper fight win, and they get their first meterage on the board. Still plenty to go before they're equaling what Drainers can bring to bear. And Drainers, speaking of what they can bring to bear, have plenty of ults to throw back at this problem.
X10 trying to find their way here with the overclock. Ramzu is playing a lot further back after those first couple picks. Not gonna matter. X10 into the back line. Overclock pop. We see the sound barrier come out for it, but is it enough? Lane's fallen, so the rotations aren't really gonna be there. But look at this! Elisu, they waited just long enough for the beat to go down to pop the Annihilation Field with Sun's Blizzard, and they are cleaving through now! If they can get this bot fast enough, if they can get a nice stagger here, that might be enough to get this forward checkpoint.
And a decision we're consistently seeing that I'm not a massive fan of is trying to invest that sound barrier once Aramori goes down. I don't think it has ever paid dividends for Microwave, and losing that first ult really does hurt. But speaking of Scarlet, she comes up absolutely huge here, taking care of Senna first.
Senna down. They're not going to be able to get this forward progress. Still, though, the time ticking off the clock is really the main thing here. Once those 2 fights have gone down, the main opponent you're fighting against isn't as much the other team as much as it's just time itself. And without a ton of progress here, Microwave needs to start winning these fights quickly, or else they're just going to get caught in this neutral. Ramzu, once again, she's on this aggressive angle off onto the side. Looking for a little bit more progress here. Gonna be able to maybe find it onto Senna. Cryo is out, as well as Sound Barrier to counter out Mari's Annihilation Field, but Mari's mostly just stuck in block during that time. They're not going to be able to find any progress here. Anna in the window to respond, but Ramzu trying really hard right here to carve up and get this Blizzard death as well. Both DPS ready to go as Aramori throws down the window, looking for the response. Ramzu takes a lot of damage, manages to survive with the ever-valuable Blizzard in their back pocket. No one on Drainers has an ult coming up. It has to be X10 finding something, but no, the off angle finally punished. The trade back out, however, so it's just going to be Death with the game-changing ult that can try and find the victory. DPSs are even. Senna, though, gets caught in a horrendous wall. Not what they were looking for, and I don't know that you even need the overclock to win this fight. Lucio is trying to change the pace of the game, not going to be able to do it. Neither team really with a strong point here. Both of them fully back. Drainers does have the spawn advantage, and Senna and X10 finally getting up to their own ults at this point after the long wait. But it's going to be the tank ult versus the support ult. That's the difference between these 2 teams. There it is, Blizzard out, but immediately Senna gets clapped for it by Mari. Ramzo on the backline now. Immortality out, not going to be able to catch Anayu. Here's the Annihilation Field as both of the DPS ults are gone from Microwave. X10 gonna find Ramzo. The DPS battle continues to land in their favor. Alisu, ooh, death. Ambitious slide there, manages to escape, but at what cost? They've left their tank behind, and X10 catches 3.
And not only did that exceedingly long battle eventually fall the way of NYXO Drainers, but I mean, these long fights are always going to favor the team who has the lead. It's just burning time and taking away time for Microwave to come back. And speaking of burning time, I mean, Death runs out of it. Sent back to spawn. That's a stagger. That's more whistling down the clock from Microwave. Things are going from bad to worse. And they're going to have to figure out a way to dislodge X. And again, they have the overclock. Again, we've seen what miracles they can make with it, and pushing into Microwave, looking to stop that one from coming true.
That does give a really nice place to take this fight, especially with Annihilation Field. Everyone from Drainers grouped up on top of themselves, now split apart due to this Annihilation Field, and the damage continues to follow through. Do keep in mind, there was still commitments there from Drainers. They invested a window, find nothing for it, and so Bot back in control of Microwave after a quick fight.
I mean, a window though, trading for a window, also in Annihilation. Ramsu swapping over to the Symmetra. I mean, you take that every day of the week, don't you? That's such a great ult trade. And now they do know playing into the Symmetra is going to mean X10 might be under a little bit more pressure as the opportunity to be teleported on. We'll see if that adapts how Drainers elect to play this so far. Now they do have that Mei against that Symmetra.
Microwave switching over to counter X10, leaving Alisu possibly a little bit more free to take their fights here. They are outpacing on the Annihilation Field. Huge teleport in the back line. Leaves X10 uncontested, however. They are getting the Annihilation Field. Can they find more of this overclock? They sure can. Takes down Dad. No main healer on the side of Drainers. They haven't struggled with that too much in the past. They still managed to find their fight wins without all the healing they need. Going into a sound barrier though, both of the countered. Blizzard, can it catch anyone? Catches everyone! X10 free off of that! That's 4 in the fight! They are unstoppable!
I mean, Senna there with a brilliant Blizzard to serve X10 up, an aim labs routine, and one they capitalize on astoundingly. Drainers again in the lead, again have those forward spawns, and again getting more progress on the robot that's nearing that 100-meter mark. And a minute 46 left on the clock as well. Microwave needs to start thinking about if they're going to make a push in overtime, and Aramori sent back to spawn surely puts a break onto Microwave's attempts here.
Yeah, I mean, this fight's ending before it started. The good thing for Microwave at this point is it really doesn't matter how much card progress goes out at here. They have, like, whether they start winning now or start winning later, the story's going to be the same. Overtime fights for the victory. If we are going to see a fight on Bridge, this isn't a great place to take it. It does put everyone on that same spot. But without the Annihilation Field able to come out in time, it's not going to be enough to stop the aggression here from the Drainers. All we see there is Senna gets a wall and they just send it on through. Alisu pushing pace, and we might see almost a full cap here.
We really might. Death's on those spawn Widowmaker now, trying to get a pick. But right now, just trying these long-range angles. I mean, no one's peeking. It's not finding anything. And 47 seconds left on the bank. NYXO Drainers they only need one fight win. So they're going to play slow. They're going to place a burn time bank. And all they need is one good fight.
They have disrupted my plan.
Especially when there's an overclock on a window as the ult comes through here. You see, oh, there's the Annihilation Field coming out. Can they live through it? They sure can't. Senna walled off their own Alisu, and so they weren't able to find the support they needed. 18 seconds left on the clock, and so this is just burning time down more and more. Ult charges are about the same into this though, but we've got to see perfection here on out from Microwave.
We really do. I mean, trading the window for the Annihilation means that on the whole, that probably was a good fight for Microwave, but they're going to have plenty more good fights. The overtime spawn is going to be a boon in their favor at least. If they fall at all, then they won't have a chance to refight, so no way it can really advantage their attackers. Drainers, though, have 4 ults.
Here, looking for the entrance with that sim wall, gonna find it, and they play off on this flank. It seems that they charged enough to be able to put out that damage that you need on sim. It is gonna be Mari though, trying to push pace here. Did they push too far though? Senna has this blizzard. There it goes. Goodbye, death. You tried to play the Mei, taking on Ramzu's job, not gonna happen. And ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, Drainers are going to Grand.
It's so fitting that in the end, Drainers put down Microwave with a huge blizzard. That's exactly how Microwave took map 1 from them. That's what incensed the Drainers to show this level of form against their opposition. And off the back of their DPS, X10 and Senna, I mean, so far they are running the tournament, and they have taken NY XL Drainers to their second grand finals of the Kunoichi Kocoa competition. This time, looking to get the double, looking to be the only finalist, the only winner, of course, both tournaments. And I mean, they do it in style, okay?
We're seeing a little bit of that comparison between the two brackets so far. This was the same winners finals we had last time, losers finals going on just after this one. I mean, it's just, once again, Drainers is the team to beat. And as much as we're hyping up X10, it's not just an X10 thing. X10's only able to do what they are because Alisu's pushing so much space, because Senna is working on an off angle, forcing the team to think about them, because they're doing so good with Anayu there and without, even losing their Baptiste. We're seeing this team put up insane sustain and insane damage. With all of that, though, I did promise you a losers finals. We're going to take a quick break while we get ready for that one.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing, it's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing, it's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this.
welcome back to the losers finals of the Kunoichi Kocoa. We got a nice spicy matchup here for you, enough to keep you warm through the winter months. It is Microwave versus Vancouver Titans Blue.
That it is, and Vancouver Titans are just off the back of a match of their own. They've just finished getting their vengeance against Rainbow Road, who knocked them down to the losers bracket 2-0, but getting a 3-1 win there in that losers semi-finals, taking them all the way to the losers final. Now, we've narrowed the field down to just 3 teams. Of course, NYXL are waiting in those grands, and will it be Microwave there for the rematch, or will Vancouver Titans Blue be there to contest them? Only time will tell. But I mean, we've just seen a fantastic performance out of Microwave, unfortunately not enough to slow down NYXL. So I do feel like Vancouver Titans Blue, they are on a bit of an uphill battle here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a quarterfinals rematch. Yeah, as you said, they got knocked down here by Microwave. It was an 0-2 that first time. Hopefully, they've had time to make some adjustments from yesterday, able to find out a new strategy here. They performed very well against Rainbow Road. They beat them 3-1. That was a team they first beat 0-2 back at the start of this bracket. So performing consistently well against good teams, but at the end of the day, Microwave is a really, really strong team here. You can see the lineup. We've been talking about them all day. Death and Ramso. Death is absolutely insane. Clutch player, aggressive tank, and that works really, really well with the way that Mari likes to pace these fights.
And Mari does like to pace these fights pretty much as quick as one can go, and for the most part, that aggression has been the driving force that's got Microwave this deep into the tournament, and as deep as they got into the EU bracket as well. Of course, Ramoso is also doing their best to follow on the May, but in certain times struggling. But I think Microwave in general, they have played a lot of Overwatch. They've been under a lot of pressure. They have been put under scrutiny by the best of the best. So have to see if all that extra pressure has either formed diamonds or begun to collapse their mental. Of course, their opponents, though, Vancouver Titans Blue, have also been on a long day. They've also played their own 3-1 series, but with a win rather than a loss. We'll see if that extra spring in their step can make a bit of a difference. Now, I don't believe myself or Loki have cast any of these players before, but what? McMahon, Phone, Safrona, and Nostalgia are all fantastic in their own right. McMahon especially should be paid attention to on that flex DPS.
Yeah, I'm pulling out a little bit of knowledge from the scrims side of Overwatch rather than necessarily the casting side, but McMahon and Phone are 2 players that I've definitely seen and perform really, really well. McMahon's rang for me a lot in the past for coaching. I've always loved having them. Phone is someone that I always love having in scrims because I know they're going to give a challenge to my tanks. And I expect them to put up a really, really good tank fight here going up against Mari. I would like to see Mari reintroduce some of their adjustments, some of their willingness to play around different tanks going up against someone like Phone, who does put out a very, very strong tank play.
I think one of the biggest things that we've kind of seen in the adjustment from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2 is kind of flexibility being the name of the game. And while that kind of mattered for everyone in the server, I think that by far the biggest players have been affected by that are tanks, and I think a big difference maker in your tank skill is just how many you can play. And pretty much only one tricking that kind of Ramatra composition, while, you know, we've all heard that Bruce Lee quote before, then it does also lead you to a lot of rigidity. And that rigidity was, I think, one of the things that kind of did end up punishing Microwave in that previous game. So we'll have to see if here on Ilios is something they can be punished for again.
Yeah, Ilios is a little bit of an interesting map. It provides, you know, a little bit of everything for that setup. There's some really good dive, there's some really good brawl, there's some really good whatever you really want to play. You can even have, you know, those round specific comps for stuff like well. It opens up a lot of options to the point where we typically see if a game ends in 3-1 and they played Ilios, Ilios typically goes to the losing team, actually. So I don't know if we can take any huge conclusions off of this Ilios alone, but what we can do is definitely start out the pace here and set a tone for the rest of the match. 3 seconds till we get to see their initial comps, and it is A mirror, but we're seeing the Junker Queen coming out from Mari for the first time today.
Not sure if it's a handshake, a hard read, or something in between, but either way, this double Junk Queen is actually a pretty different pace to the Ramattra. Rather than focusing about those Nemesis forms, and I think the shout's going to be the big thing there. And of course, you also have that knife in case you want to pull anyone out of position. Another thing is there's a lot less healing, both flex sports looking at Kiriko, so any damage taken is going to be a lot more permanent. So, I mean, playing Overwatch a little bit closer to the edge here, but this comp is no less lethal.
Yeah, both teams going for pretty much the same thing. Only difference is one team wants their flanker and diver to be on Genji, the other team wants them to be on Tracer. And Ramso has played a very strong Tracer up until this point today. Death looking for a little bit as McMahon's already gone to work, taking down Scarlet. No hit shot really come out yet even for Death, but not gonna matter as they are all just pushed back into their spawn without really a fight, kind of, or not their spawn as much as just kind of their entrance. There's a Tracer hanging out behind Vancouver Titans at the moment, waiting to see if they can find an entry here onto the backline. What? Taking a little bit of damage here on the Widow, not enough to really sway them off of their angle, however, as Foles strong area there on point, forcing Microwave back into Respect It, and Death is down once again to McMahon. The Widow duel going solidly to Vancouver Titans, and the Widows haven't even shot at each other yet. What a super aggressive position now. Rams who can't take advantage of it though, they do have to recall on out. He's going to take the Death immediately there as Mari falls, and this is completely different than what we expected coming into this one. This is a insane showing from Vancouver Titans on this round one play.
That being said, they did always have that defensive positioning there, and so it was a lot easier for Phone to land those axes, and they've connected on some actually fantastic ones, sending Microwave back to spawn there as well, being able to position wherever they wish is a huge advantage, and definitely losing out the first Widow 1v1 has really hamstrung Microwave, unfortunately, but with the re-engage here, Microwave have another chance to right what wrongs they made in the past.
Death here forced onto a very confined angle. Looks like they're playing Valorant there instead of Overwatch, just due to having to react to the McMahon pressure. Mari here wanting to push forward, but already now they get some healing, but the Kitsune rush right at them. The resources already used to kind of stop the push ahead. Knife is going to catch it as the response Kiriko ult comes on out. That Kitsune rush is going to force everyone on Titans back to their own area as the ults here are about evened up. Blade is coming on out. Beat reaction from Scarlet, but with Nostalgia with their own beat. That is a trade that will take all day long. Beat advantage going solidly into Vancouver. If they take this fight long, it's going to be all of them. Ramzu on the Genji now into the backline is going to pick up What. That's the first time we've seen What fall, and the rest of Vancouver is close to following. They don't want to invest any more ults into it, so they'll just take their trip back to spawn.
I really liked the Kitsune rush of Aramori there, trying to rebuy the space that Vancouver Titans attempted to take with their own, forcing it back into a neutral, knowing that Vancouver Titans will be in a slightly better position. Microwave will be a little, Vancouver will be a little bit awkward spot, and yeah, a great take there with the Rampage online now for Mari. Nostalgia is going to have to use beat to try and block that out, but ended in those which could bug us up.
Thanks here, that ult ready to go. Scarlet goes in a little bit too deep. Ramzu close behind him. And only one fight really needed here in this point on the side of Vancouver. Here's the tank ult. Catches the wall, and not much else, but doesn't matter. Everyone else here is still really low. Up top, Mari manages to turn it around, at least finds a kill for their effort, but it's just them that's left. We're going to see an overtime touch, but how meaningful is it really when you're a Junker Queen in a dream away from death? And this turns out to be pretty meaningful here. Mari gets themselves all the way back to full health off of that ult. We're seeing a resurgence here from Microwave as the first Widow exchange goes through to the side of death, but not before McMahon responds. Very quick change there. Here's the Temple Beat, sending all of Vancouver back in. If they can just get a tiny little bit, they'll have the Kitsune Rush to help them out. Blade out here from Ramzu. They're not catching anything. McMahon goes real low, but not low enough to get the dash reset for McMahon. This Kitsune Rush trying to collapse onto Mari now, gonna find it. Scarlet soon after, they're off to the Widow. Now it's McMahon's turn to Blade, and they're immediately putting it to work, carving through the Genji and finding the Kitsune herself to end this round. Vancouver Titans strike first.
And again, it's a fantastic Kitsune rush from Safrona to get the final fight there. I mean, just straight on to the point, forcing all of Microwave to kind of split around it, and splitting a little bit too far was Mari, who on her own was caught out and taken down pretty quick by Vancouver Titans Blue. And in Overwatch 2, no tank, I mean, no chance whatsoever. So Vancouver Titans Blue taking the first point in relatively dominant fashion, I have to say. Looks to me a little bit like Microwave have a little bit less practice on this Queen comp as they do on perhaps that Ramattra, so maybe why we weren't seeing it so much here, but they're running out on pretty much the same again. This time, no Widowmaker, instead going to be Sojourns on both sides of the board. I would expect what was going to be on that Symmetra for a TP out of spawn.
Yeah, it doesn't bring a Symmetra of their own, so we are going to see Vancouver Titans most likely get the point first here. That is what we're saying, is they managed to take Cage. Knife already out, and really looking for that knife, so it's just a little bit of extra damage. Ramsey falls low, no worries though, his death has his angle. It would have scared Vancouver Titans off. Really hard here. Now the off angle change, Ramsey has to invest in deflect. Cleanse also already invested for Microwave. It does get rewarded though as Safrona falls, and so without a main healer, Vancouver Titans is a little bit on a timer here in order to find some damage. It's not going their way. Death and Mari. This is a lot more what we're used to seeing from Death.
And I think that having that early pushing does pay off quite a bit. Just getting that a little bit of extra space on everyone else bar Death, just too much to ask. And because of it, then no one really had a chance to get anything going. There's too much of advantage from Ramsu and Murray especially. First cap here for Microwave with Vancouver Titans now on the outside looking in.
Entry, that's gonna be a big one. Climb's already out. Kiriko gets pulled back in. I don't know if they had the best teleport or not there, but it's still not the place you want to be in with your Kiriko. Bones falls really low as they themselves have to get cleansed. Now cleanse advantage back in the center of the Microwave. And those 3 seconds can be huge when you're dealing with teams high as this. McMahon looking for a little bit of pressure there, not going to be finding what they want. The Kitsune Rush though, isolated targets, can they find it? They sure can. Safrona and what? Putting in work on the flank. McMahon falls, but with a double advantage. We'll have to see a beat blade coming in from Ramzu, and that one picks up 2. Now the 2v2. Genji versus Tane, Lucio versus Lucio. The ult committed here from Bone, beat as well, and that's going to scare Ramzu off, but at what cost?
Clutch attempt against clutch attempt, then here a little bit later, Vancouver Titans can put the pressure onto their Genji. Ramsey falls eventually, Nostalgia the one to find the final blow, and with the Kitsune right now in mirrored, in fact, on the point, everyone's going a little bit faster, the kills coming at the same frequency. McMahon with the Dragon Blade online takes care of Death, Open only good for a single one, and with a cavalcade of blue in the kill feed, it's just what's left to clean up. Microwave, again, have been wiped off the point, and for the first time, Vancouver Titans Blue in control.
DPS versus DPS, Kitsune versus Kitsune. This time though, it is Vancouver Titans. Microwave not quite at that one fight percentage that you really want to use for as a team with advantage. You probably have to win like 1 and a pretty okay touch there from Vancouver Titans, so not all the way where they want to be, but pretty dang close here. And the big one to be looking for this time is what on that overclock doing insane stuff thus far, but McMahon gonna be asserting dominance on the Genji first. What has this overclock ready to go, looking for something, but it looks like it's mostly tied up by Microwave. So instead, it's gonna be Mari that has the decision of whether to go anywhere and push this, deciding to pull off just a little bit more and give a tad bit more space, trying to get Ramzu back in. You see the Genji there flying over the top, looking for a little bit more. As Death has the railgun charge ready to go. Mari looks like they're in position, looking for this ult. They sure are. Catching 1. Just alone. That's not just one of the cleanse. According to Nostalgia. Comes up clutch. The double boot. Looking for more. Gonna find it. 3 environmentals in 1 fight.
Never let anyone tell you that Lucio can't boop anymore. Nostalgia goes absolutely off there. 3 players into the void that's calling for their names. Microwave again have been dispatched, and that was the attempt they really wanted. Using both the Rampage and the Kitsune Rush hurts. They still do have tools here, but last fight territory, realistically, for Vancouver Titans Blue, they have got the comeback here on well, and it's just a single fight away from taking Helios.
Oh, pushing is really aggressive right now. That's on the off angle. The Beast trying to help out their team as the dash comes through the tank. Oh, Mari falling so low, not gonna find it. Nostalgia's helping him out. Ramsu, a blade and a dream. 13 health to their name. Not gonna be enough as Mythman has a chance to respond with their own blade, carving through the back line. And just like that, Vancouver Titans Blue already turning around their map score. First they have to get past the Doomfist, though they do manage, and it's just death living up to their name as they're sent back to spawn, and the Titans stand tall.
I mean, to me, it looked like Vancouver Titans just had a lot more reps in this composition. I think that's the best way I can describe it. It looked like every time they had to engage as a team, when they had to make those rotations, and they looked a little bit more homogenous, did Vancouver Titans Blue. Microwave, oh, good God, what a boot. What an environmental job. But every time Microwave had to kind of make those similar moves, and they weren't quite on the same page. Maybe Mario was lagging a little bit far behind, was a little bit further in front than the rest of her teammates, and they were really punished for that. Well, Microwave.
I mean, not only are you getting those huge kills at the end, you get environmental kill on the Lucio. On a Lucio! You're not supposed to get environmental kills on that. I mean, this is the team that's winning, not just off of that consistent team play, as you were saying, but individual players stepping up to find victory here. Whenever it looked like, oh, maybe this fight isn't going where they want, this is looking kind of sketchy, don't worry about it. One of the players is stepping up, making the play, turning the tide, and putting us into the position that we want to see Vancouver in. Their first game was an 0-2 against Microwave. We just saw how good Microwave can be in their last match. This time, though, maybe a little bit of fatigue coming off of a game as tight and intense as they just played in the winners finals, as Vancouver Titans is playing pretty convincing right now.
And again, it's the kind of momentum as well coming into this. Remember, because of how kind of the way the bracket works, Microwave just off the back of a loss, Vancouver Titans off the back of a win. And I mean, momentum in Overwatch is not something we speak about as much as maybe in other games, but it's no less a factor. I mean, having, you know, the confidence that comes off of a win is a huge, huge thing when it comes to just squeaking out wins, squeaking out that extra inch when it comes to composition. And Vancouver Titans Blue have that in spades right now, especially after taking Elia. So as we head into map 2, it will be a huge point of contention for Microwave. If they can break that momentum here, if they can get one of their own maps on the board, it's going to make this series a lot more even, at least in terms of that mental game.
Absolutely. We're just waiting on that map pick. We are going to be going to a hybrid next. Last time we saw Microwave take it to Midtown. That really didn't, or never mind. Last time we saw it go to Midtown. It didn't end up working for Microwave. That was Nixel's map pick there. You know, how interesting would it be to see a Vancouver Titans NYXL finals with, oh, you know, Al is dead, we're bringing it back inside of Kunoichi Kocoa. We got the Ka teams ready to go. The names still representing, that's just old times right there, NYXL versus Titans. Whether it was see it or not, it's going to be up to Microwave on the King's Row. This is something they've played a lot before. It didn't work out for them in the EU side. It, however, I think will work much, much better here up against this team.
I have to agree with you. I think that King's Row, I mean, I think I mentioned it on the broadcast previously, but it's not going to ever lend itself towards any one composition to a massive extent. I think that it's kind of the anything goes kind of map where you can play any archetype of composition, have, you know, at least decent chances of success. So I think that it's a good way to even the ground. I think it's very interesting actually that Microwave decided to take us here, considering we just saw the teams seemingly handshake on a JQ mirror. So not considered normally the best map in the game for Junket Queen is King's Row. So very curious to see if that's what they intend to keep on running, if they want to go back to something a little bit more standard, you know, go straight back onto that Ramatra. Maybe they discuss this change in the break. Maybe this is kind of what they want to do moving forward, but we'll find out in just a couple seconds. Microwave, of course, starts out on the attack, and Vancouver Titans Blue the ones to see what they can do on the defense first. And back to normality, we're seeing a full Ramatra mirror on both sides of the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really want to see the Ramatra here out from Mari. I think if there's ever a time to pull it out, King's Row after losing the Junker Queen Mirror is the time. Bowen, of course, doing a great job on that tank, but I'm surprised how quiet Mari was, especially after, like, I don't think it's a contentious statement to say that Anayun's probably, or otherwise, Alisu's probably one of the best tanks in this entire tournament, and Mari was playing them incredibly well, making it look even, if not, like, to Mari's side on a lot of the maps. And up against Phone here, it's not really having the same energy. I think Phone's just playing at a completely different pace, and I don't know if Mari's caught up to it quite yet. I think going back to this competition on Elamatra is exactly what you want to see from your main tanks, to get them back into their own little groove. Already here, flipping the point, Tempo on the side of Mari's side, good Maywall up here, they've got the ammo out before anything's even started. That Rona then maybe stepped up a little bit too far, and this is the tank pressure we've been wanting to see from Mari. Two quick kills off of an insane space take there.
And that's a picture perfect Maywall as well, one that McMahon is struggling to replicate, and indeed the only player left on the point who's surrounded, ganged up and taken down. Microwave having a lightning fast cap of the first point in King's Row, and they are going to have a 5-minute plus time bank from which to attack the streets phase, taking all this early space too. This makes it harder and harder for Vancouver Titans Blue to attempt to retake, and right now, I mean, everything is coming up heads for Microwave.
Titans here trying to hold down these arches. It really seems like generally it goes a lot better when you've got ults on your side, though you want to win the game right now. You have an ult to these arches. Both teams playing in the neutral, though, and it's Ramsu who takes the first death. Death here trying on their own way and finding a little bit more. Not really going to find it here. Titans continuing to push this aggressively. I don't know what they want to take. It does look like they're falling down.
Now they have the arch control, they can just wait for the players to get jammed in there, make it incredibly difficult to walk through, especially with those Maywalls there to bisect the choke at any given time. So Vancouver Titans Blue have engineered the situation to one's pretty favourable for them. Now they can just play slow, build ults, or wait for Microwave to engage with some of their own.
Yeah, McMahon has this blizzard as well, which can be huge. Huge wall there to work with the window. But oh no! Phone a little bit trapped due to their other team's May. They're gonna die for it. Main support for a main tank is something I would take every single day of the week. Blizzard has to go out here for McMahon, but I'm not really sure what that was aiming for. I don't think it caught anyone. And additionally, no one was able to adjust on it. Yeah, great job by Microwave there, led by Mari, positioning that correctly for the aggression that Titans showed.
I mean, I have to agree with you there. I really liked how Vancouver Titans were playing that until finally McMahon throws in the Blizzard. Just unfortunately, doesn't really have a chance of freezing anyone out, only buys a little bit of time, and after that time is gone, Microwave can get a quick clean up, so maybe would have wanted a little bit more value from that particular ultimate, but either way, Microwave right now on the move once again, and waiting for Vancouver Titans to hand them for.
In here gonna catch a lot. Immo indeed might be out, but for really how long does it matter? Not much. Oh, well, both such supports traded and both hit scans traded now as well, as we're seeing a little bit of an annihilation field battle. It's gonna go Mari's way. However, Nostalgia takes down Ramzo, and now a 2v2, but definitely not an even 2v2, as Mari's cleaving through the competition.
And it's only a very short stop, an expensive one too, but Microwave are again on the move. But I mean, every ultimate across the board has actually been used, so it's going to be a little while before anyone has a chance to use any of their check marks once again. This recontest is coming through from Vancouver Titans Blue. Too aggressive, they will not have a chance to touch, and even that, then either team play very, very slow, or this next fight Loki will be dry.
Yeah, I mean, neither of these teams looking like they've ever heard the phrase ult economy before, and I love it. High-flying battle here, nothing but haymakers, no jabs. Vancouver Titans Blue on this corner really hard, but Death has a great angle, and Mari has great aggression to match it. Immo does have to go out for them, though. Maybe the damage a little bit more than they're expecting. On 200 health, has to exit. With that window, it's not a great position, but I don't know that they can really capitalize on it too terribly much. But this isn't where you want to be. Ramzu, cryo out, just barely enough time. Oh, they walled themselves in!
Oh,
Ramzu,
dear.
no!
Oh, Oh no, I haven't seen that in a hot second, but round 2 unfortunately a slip up costing Microwave their May. Death falling as well means they just have to disengage. VT Blue instantly pushing forward as far as they can, but dropping back once they realize that Microwave have ceded space. And from no ults now to pretty much every check mark, Sophona's window the only one that's not particularly far off, so I mean it's going to be another chaotic one on the board for us to look in.
Haymakers wound up, green loaded, ready to go. Overclock out first, swinging and connecting with what? Sent right back to spawn there. McMahon instantly responds. Annihilation Field out from Bone. Gonna be looking for a little bit. The Kite there to split the team, not to save Mori. Keep in mind though, Mari still has an Annihilation Field of their own. Don't know if they want to commit this into a 3v1. Doesn't look like they do. Yes, they do actually. They are running a little bit of health in the dream. Can they get out with their team? Yes, they can. And so a tempo Annihilation Field is what we see there from Mari as a V for victory goes out on the field. Now we just have to figure out who it's for. What with this overclock? Looking for a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra entry here. Ramzu sneaky slide, playing into the back line. Blizzard is out, looking for McMahon. McMahon's gonna have to cryo as a result of that. Can anyone get caught in this ice? No! Perfectly played there by Vancouver Titans. They're from up north. They know the snow and are able to live through the blizzard. McMahon taking the fight up on the high ground now, looking for a little bit more on the DPS. Not quite able to catch it, but in the meantime, Bone has taken down Mari, and Death is gonna get sent back to the graveyard in a stagger.
I'm so curious how Bone was able to live there. The Blizzard didn't freeze anyone up yet, but it was able to split pretty much the entirety of VT Blue. But I mean, somehow Microwave was not able to capitalize onto that mantra, at least there. So very, very interesting seeing how that managed to happen, but it wasn't that in the grand scheme of things. They are all back, are VT Blue, and again on that defense window, just gonna burn a little bit of time, and Microwave coming back from their lock.
1:30, time is running out quickly, and that Blizzard, Mari's not looking likely for this world. Great taken out so quickly. Bone looking to push this pressure. They want to drop that clock as long as possible, but they're not able to fully commit onto this. So we're going to see just a quick regroup here with 1 minute left on the clock.
I mean, you have to play your tempo here. You need to get as good a fight as you can because you know you're running out of them quicker and quicker. Microwave will have the window to play with. At least that is guaranteed. But VT Blue have done such a great job of haranguing them in the choke. And with that, Scarlet gets decapitated.
Kyle not going to be able to help out with this one. The speed that Microwave needs in this situation taken off the table. And here's the re-engage from Vancouver Titans. They played that one slow, baited out all the resources. Now they can charge back in. DPS traded back and forth as the Blizzard comes back down. Beat not fast enough. Slow and not work there. Hair beating out the Tortoise as Mari continues to add on more damage.
Yeah, pushing forward further and further. I mean, the VT Blue might take some pretty brutal staggers. If McMahon can live, it'd be humongous. And yeah, with a sliver, they're able to get out. There is a chance for a recontest for VT Blue, and they will have all sorts. The same could be said from Microwave, though. And Death, who's just begun to step up, now has the overclock active.
But active, what? Gonna be close to it. Oh, Mari with this Annihilation Field trying to keep everyone out. Someone has to touch. Someone has to touch. Who is it? It's McMahon and forward, but in the meantime, Safrona has died. We didn't see an amazing DPS ult and Annihilation Field here, and we're getting it from what? Look at this. Talk about a hit scan having the it factor. What pulls up clutch exactly when they're needed and stops the cap of Microwave.
It was so close, but in the end, a good amount of greed from VT Blue and some fantastic ultimates too are able to repulse Microwave in the dying stages of that first round. Still pretty much completing the map. Did Microwave, just feels like less than a meter between the payload and its objective. So basically just stopping extra innings. The objective now is crystal clear. VT Blue, they have to finish the map. If not, then they'll be going 1-1. If they do though, then they'll be just a single map away from grand finals of the Kunoichi Kocoa NA bracket. So it's absolute night and day for what we have to see from our now attacking team and Microwave. I mean, no surprises here. Straight back over to that Ramatra comp. And yeah, it does look like they're bread and butter. I have to say, Death was beginning to step up a little bit more there towards the end of that especially. I think we've kind of put some question marks next to their name kind of throughout this day. Not maybe having the performance that we would have expected out of a Sojourn of their caliber, but I think beginning to warm up into it now, I think the VT Blue will have a definitely something to be afraid of on the other side of the server. But right now in spawn, I think they are just goofing around a little bit. I think what will go for the spawn pick with the Widowmaker, but I wouldn't expect the Doomfist compound to spawn, I'll put it that way.
Okay, but I would love the Doomfist double.
Oh, so would I.
Oh, on Kings? Well, that's a little bit wild, but I would love to see it. Looks like we are still getting this Hanzo actually here. Never mind, I would like it. What? Taking a big shot there, connects, but doesn't find the kill. It's an easy 10% ult charge off the back of no work. We're looking for Bone here to push in aggressive. They're going to have to cut stage it a tiny bit softer because they're waiting for DPS, but now that they're back at full strength, Wall comes out from Ramzu, not finding what they want. They're not finding the ammo, but Vancouver Titans almost find Death on an off angle. Never mind. Death strikes back, finding Nostalgia's head, and Mari paces that so well, standing steadfast in the face of the Titans' aggression.
Yeah, I mean, the buffing the aggression is fantastic for them. Being Mari's main tool, and she knows exactly how to repulse it. And taking some staggers to VT Blue are sent back to spawn. That's a minute off the bank. I mean, it would be a silver lining for VT Blue, at least, if they could get maybe an exit kill or fade away. But yeah, no one falling there for Microwave. That clean sweep is an absolute ironclad wall, and a good wall. In fact, isolating Mari will not punish too much.
I don't know that we're even seeing. Yep, okay, we are seeing Immo invested there, so big payday from that one. Bone now has the Nemesis form pace, they can fuck out Mari. Great wall there to cut off the window for the Annihilation field out from Mari, and they gotta be enough to keep them alive, and kills come with it. Mari pushing into the Titans with no repercussions. All they need is the Annihilation field to cause mayhem.
Yeah, the Fortnite Storm coming in there, wiping out most of Vancouver Titans Blue. They've been sent back to spawn for the second time running, but they still have not spent it all. They've been banking this entire time, so they will now have 5 check marks to bring to bear. Definitely the biggest stick in this engagement. Microwave, though, with momentum on their side, we'll see which one ends up getting the victory here in our third fight of VT Blue's attack.
I think that and Scarlet have to come up clutch here with their ult. A little bit slow, trying to get that beat up, and there it is. The tempo rushing in. Goodbye, Ramzu. Now looking for more. Blizzard out. Goodbye, everyone else. Expensive fight. 4 ults, getting 4 kills. Generally not the ratio you're looking for, but when you need to cap a point, all that matters is success.
What was it you said, Loki? None of you seem to have heard of ult economy before? I mean, it's holding true right now. I mean, Vancouver Titans Blue, they invested 4 ults, as you mentioned, and I'm not entirely sure what compelled them to do that, because there wasn't really anything from Microwave that really made them have to. Either way, though, it gets them the win in the end. It gets them into the streets phase, and it means they're past the Arch Hold, so they are feeling more or less okay with their investment. Still could have been cheaper, but an overbid, perhaps, for that fight may or may not come back to cost them in the future.
Ronan out, the only member of Titans that has an ult to their name. Meanwhile, Microwave has a pretty typical ult economy on their side. One's gonna die first as Ramzu takes a lot of attention. Beat out now from Scarlet, so that Vancouver Titans has to get pushed back even further with the aggression that Microwave continues to put out. And seeing that, Titans is gonna wisely decide they should take a break.
Yeah, no reason to tangle with them when they're not 5. Spawn's so close as well, they can just disengage, and with the re-engage, they'll be a lot stronger. They have some better cooldowns and some better HP. Then Microwave should have pushing in now to hit the window, but the Blizzard is fantastic!
Yeah, that's gonna immediately stall any sort of push here. Not gonna catch a ton. Saffrona there, able to heal up their team and get through that perfectly fine, but Death continues to assert dominance on the hit scan, taking down What once more. Wall goes up as a way to protect the team rather than trying to get to Mari, and that's never what you want to be in a situation for.
But playing all this time means that there's just time for Death's pick to come back, so it should be essentially back to a 5-on-5. That kill essentially meant nothing here. And again, this defense of Microwave can get rolling.
Wait, where's Death? Where's Death? Look at this in the back line! Death sitting around the edge with overclock. Speaking to come out to counter it, if Vancouver Titans can act quickly, they'll basically be taking a 4v5. They're gonna catch Saffrona in this, but in the meantime, Annihilation Field has taken down the field. Death goes on a great aggressive play there, but it's nullified by Vancouver Titans positioning.
I mean, we were speaking about how Death did have a tendency for, aggressive plays, but that's just insane. And yeah, it does get one, but having your Sojourn so far in the backline means you're missing a bunch of frontline damage. BT Blue correctly realized that if they just run away from the Sojourn, then she won't be able to free fire into your backline, and you'll have a 5-on-4 on the cut. That's one they've really converged. Getting all the way to the last fight here, all set with close, very good.
Once again, though, defensive fight, 3 ult spin. Mari here gets the beat. They're able to send it aggressively. Halo comes out, but not for much. A pick onto Scarlet, maybe an Annihilation Field. Ended pretty quickly there. Doesn't matter. Death, as I was... Yeah, Death catching down the clutch. Gonna create a little bit more pressure. Vancouver Titans down 1 again. It's on. Last game, we saw the world of fights that lasted 8 years. This one, we're seeing fights that last about 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this has been brutal back and forth. Any mistake it feels like has been instantly punished. And the staggers there onto VT Blue are going to really hurt. They have one good fight left. They've got a decent shot, but Microwave is feeling very comfortable on their defense. Ramsu could just hide with the Blizzard, but instead elect to get that poke going. But either way, they have to really fear the freeze. It could spell their ends.
Last fight coming up here. If Vancouver Titans in the way, and a quick pick on the Death may mean some quick capitalizations, which would be huge here for Vancouver Titans. They need to charge up the speed, and they need to charge up the Blizzard so quickly. Mari here on the back line, trying to catch this Saffrona before they have a chance to respond. They're one. They are gonna find it. Big Man has the Blizzard up. Is it enough to even the field? I'll take that any day of the week. Mari shut down. Look at this. Ramzu in the backline. They've got a Lucio helping them. Beats committed now to keep Vancouver Titans up through this overclock as this cart trickling in. Bo still has an Annihilation Field, but Ramzu was never taken care of. They were free in the backline. It's all up to Bone now. Can they get the picks they need? Yes, they can. And Vancouver Titans have one more lease on life.
I mean, they go again, but it takes them everything. Every ultimate they have and change as well. It got close, it got awkward, but in that sweaty close-up engagement, then Vancouver Titans Blue by the skin of their teeth, they get ahead. And now, with that time bank extension, a minute left to cap the map, and not fighting here means that Microwave maybe have one good fight and an overtime touch. Not comfortable for either team here, but Vancouver Titans will know they have to bleed the time back.
Both teams in the neutral, but definitely leaning towards Microwave here in the ult economy. Nostalgia here, trying to come up with another one of those big plays, taking high ground. They are going to manage to grab high ground for Saffrona. People in a really safe location to just play out. Hit scan as well, taking that. Scarlet re-block as they're trying to change it. Highest ground doesn't matter though for Migman, who gets taken down by Death once again. Death, first pick every time, setting their team up to win. And Titans isn't regrouping. They're just kind of hanging out here with only 20 seconds left on the clock and down 1. This is an interesting choice. They are back at 5 at this point. What with the overclock, but Mari, Scarlet, and Ramsey charging up ults of their own. And it doesn't matter if you charge up overclock if you're in spawn. Windows out, but Annihilation Field is here for Mari. It's been winning fight after fight after fight, and this time it's most likely gonna win them the map. Beat comes out, but it might be too late. Window here for Microwave, the last breath, but competing Blizzards on point. Vancouver Titans has to stay on that objective though, so the freeze is absolutely brutal for them. Numbers absolutely on the side of Microwave. The overclock is out now, throwing through, catches Nostalgia. All they need is Saffrona, and just like that, Microwave evens us back up at 1-1.
I mean, VT Blue lost their Sojourn at the beginning of that fight. It was a great pick to open it up from Works, but losing out the Sojourn means that you have no overclock, and that was going to be the big fight tool that they had to bring to bear against Microwave. And because of that, then they kind of had a bit of an ult disadvantage at that point. Microwave has an ult, and from there, it's just cleaning up those stagger kills. Microwave, they make it 1-1 here. We've got our series in our hands, Loki.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a lot more what we were expecting out of this match. You know, really convincing Ilios there for Vancouver Titans. But Microwave is just that good, and they always bounce back. With that, though, we're going to go to a short break before we bounce back ourselves. Don't go anywhere. We will have this exciting conclusion to this match right after this break.
Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
this just in, we have some amazing Overwatch action for you here. The rematch, Michael Wave, Vancouver Titans Blue, with Michael Wave trying for their own rematch for round 4 in the grand finals. Thus far, every round has gone their opponent's way, and so Michael Wave is out for blood. Standing between them and their target, though, is Vancouver Titans Blue, who are putting up a hell of a match.
Oh, that they most definitely are. They are playing their hearts out. That's why our 1-1. We've had the honor of an absolutely fantastic game so far, and here on Suravasa, we hope for that to continue. Going to be the pick, of course, of the losing team, and I think playing this Ramacha mirror here is going to be incredibly interesting to see. I think we haven't really seen it too much here, at least today. Of course, we were taken to New Junk City, the first match of the day. So I think the May Wall is going to be a lot more pivotal here because of kind of how the map is designed. There's so many heavy chokes, so I just think May definitely the most important player on the server. So I think pay a lot more attention to what the Mays especially are bringing to the table. The Lucio's as well, saving that speed for the perfect moment to engage, disengage is going to be absolutely huge to make it through in and out of those chokes. So a lot more pressure, I think, from what we saw in the previous 2 maps onto those 2 players in particular. So those, I think, are going to be your pivot points for what's kind of going to get you the win in individual fights, what's going to get you the win over the map, at least as we move on to Suravasa.
Yeah, and these Flashpoint maps are traditionally somewhere where we play a lot of it more in Junker Queen rather than the Ram Comp TM. And last time we played Junker Queen Mirror, it went the side of Vancouver Titans. I really do think that kind of faster paced, higher damage comps end up going their way. Mari and the support line on Michael Wave is good enough at setting the tempo for whatever they want to be, that when we play a lot more free and individual, Vancouver Titans plays a lot better. When we're playing a lot more of that macro style that really leans on your support line is when we're seeing Michael Wave kind of come into their own. Here, Vancouver Titans already lined up on that Junker Queen comp, but Michael Wave has a different idea.
That they do. I mean, locking the Malga, I'm not quite sure if that's allowed, so I think we are just being baited in spawn. Back over to the Ramacha, same as usual. Scarlet over to the Lucio. Death for the TP out of spawn, entirely standard from Michael Wave. So the same thing that we mentioned earlier applies. The Lucios, the Maze, those are most important, but Vancouver Titans Blue, instead wanting the Genji for the extra damage, that ability to off-angle, and of course the kill pressure that is constantly on your hackles when a Genji is on your flank.
Yeah, McMahon versus that and Aramori is going to be the big thing here. If McMahon can get onto the backline and really challenge that, we're going to see a huge change of pace here for Vancouver Titans, but the issue is, can they get past Death? And the answer right now is no. Death finding the head very quickly there. Mari looking for a little bit more, trying to force out Phone, as they have half of the point, and as a result, yeah, Vancouver Titans doing everything they can.
And what they can might not be enough as the attempt to catch the stag, because it's here from Michael Wave. They're pushing in deep, and they are able to secure actually none by those things. It is close, but Michael Wave in the end are forced to disengage, and Vancouver Titans Blue, though their tail is tucked between their legs, are able to lead. Michael Wave, though, going to be more than happy with that. They were able to charge 90% for Blizzard in just that. I mean, that is ridiculous. And Ramsu, should they be able to live, will have a huge freeze coming up, maybe even before Vancouver Titans Blue have a chance to expect it.
Yeah, you don't really expect Blizzard before the quick charging support ults. This time, though, they're outpacing even Baptiste. Ramsu getting ready for this one here, and they're looking for Carter to help with their backline. The dive is here, and in the meantime, well, the backline hasn't been looking as Mari. They've fallen. No support for them, and as a result, they get taken down in that tank battle. Blizzard is out. Beat is out. Window is out. Actually, what? No, there's Blizzard is out now. Everything is coming out. Haymaker versus Haymaker for us. And with the long fight, even though Vancouver Titans did manage to flip the point, Michael Wave is able to just throw ults at the problem. They will literally pay you $100 to leave, and right now, Vancouver Titans is taking the money.
I mean, that's exactly what we saw there. Beat, Window, and Male also in the first fight, or second fight, so not something you see every day. But I mean, because of it, Michael Wave are able to get the cap, they're able to get the completion there on market, and we move on to the second flashpoint now with Vancouver Titans Blue in not a significant ult advantage, but an advantage all the same. what to pay attention to here is that the Rampage of Phone has no answer from Scarlet. No beat to mirror out means that it could very well be Death to fight, but they can come up with Nick Man's Blade if they want to make that certainty.
Yeah, and Death needed to not die there. The only chance they had was the overclock. Sap, lucky enough for Microwave, it's just Scarlet that gets hit. Most of that ult just goes straight into the wall, and a very quick even back up from Microwave, meaning that they don't get a ton of it. Aramori is falling now as Phone looking for a little bit more. The Annihilation field for Mari is going to go, but not going to catch anyone, and so it's going to get cut pretty short as the Titan does flip blue.
And they are pushing straight back on, so this action is not going to be stopped just yet. Just a momentary pause. The overclock pops and forcing plenty of silence, but right now not securing the final.
Looking for a little bit. Ramsu isn't in the position they want to be in, but they do manage to get out with the help of that wall and the ammo. In the meantime, that has cut down Mickman, looking for some extra credit here on this ult. They're looking at Phone. What falls not to the overclock, but to Phone getting pushed into a corner if they weren't able to help their hit scan, and as a result, no one's covering the angles, which means Death is coming for you with Mari backing him up. Death closes up his fight here with 1-2 final blows, and the point is back to Microwave.
At the end of the day, though, 62% is not bad at all. But good defenses do and patting themselves on the back for their efforts there. Microwave has to spend quite a lot and spend a lot of time, especially not accruing anything. Having said, point flips up, Spencer's picking up quickly, and Microwave now in a very good spot to get this defense rolling. Ramsu's Blizzard in that last fight didn't catch too much. It was enough to secure the fight win. We'll see if the same is true as Vancouver Titans prove they push down the stairs.
Here, the big support ult for Vancouver Titans. Meanwhile, Microwave, they're hanging on to that Blizzard. Kitsune rush out through, not be surprised at all if you saw this Blizzard counteract the moment they have a chance. Speed already out here, window as well. Support from Microwave going very invested into this fight. Vancouver Titans trying to come back as much as they can. Owen has that rampage. It's to use it. Cancelled out by Mari, and Mari shutting the tank down immediately into the back line. Mari gets 2-on-1 health. There is no stopping this girl as she cleaves into your team.
I mean, just fantastic there. I'm still surprised that Phone's Rampage was not able to connect, but killed in the final second. Great focus fire coming through from all of Microwave, a railgun from Death, pivotal in taking care of that. If that Rampage connects, and not only is Phone full health, not only is there a Junk Queen in your backline, but that's bleed, and that's no healing whatsoever. So humongous there, and of course Murray on that Ramantra is more than enough to wipe out the rest of VT Blue, who right now at least have their forward spawns get set up on the point, but you've got massive Ramsey just ahead.
Once again, once in fact the spawn before even shots have been exchanged. Microwave doing such a good job getting this first pick, and it leads to more every single time. We need to see a reverse sweep here on the flashpoint, and already it's not looking likely. Microwave about to turn this point red if they can't. Yeah, no, clutch is not happening.
Yeah, not this time. Microwave get the cap. There's no chance for VT Blue to even get established on the point, and right now Microwave pretty much have every conceivable advantage. They have some positional advantage and having control of the point with the ults as well, and they're beginning to leverage them now.
McMahon with the blade in the back line. Death warring what wins this one. Can they defeat the blade as well? Yes, they can. McMahon on 1 health doesn't get out of that. In Nostalgia, doing what they can to try to bring this one back in, but at the end of the day, the rest of their team's dead, and no amount of Lucio boost is going to solve that problem.
Yeah, that's a huge overcut coming through there, getting to, and also drawing the attention of the Dragon Blade more than what you could ask for from Death, and still they're able to put up the numbers, so 62%. Microwave could well take Flashpoint in a 3-0 fashion, unless Vancouver Titans right here, right now, get the fight win.
Good ult on the side of Titans, but they're going to have to be used extremely well into this Annihilation field. Mari has been winning fights with really nothing else needed every single time they've had him so far. There's going to have to be a huge change of pace here. A war on the flank not gonna go Vancouver Titans' way. That was a huge overextension, missed opportunity. And then what? Decides to 1v1 a tank. It's not gonna work for them today. Mari's too strong for that. And here's the Annihilation, ready to go. The damage being put in. They've got to find an objective, someone to run on though. And it's gonna be Phone first. The response out for Phone, tries to find the anti onto the back line. Mari is anti. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Mari winning this one, anti on low health. There is no killing her.
Microwave, when it comes to Flashpoint, I mean, that was a massive step up. The previous two map types, they've been close. They've been maybe even leaning in the favor of Vancouver Titans Blue, but I mean, they come out swinging. They throw haymaker after haymaker, and though VC Blue can win out fights, then never really string anything consecutive together, never anything convincing. So Microwave, a 3-0 here on Suravasa, and Mari, bloody hell, taking those punches with only 15 HP left. That's bold, that's brash. There's only one player who would do that, and we just saw her absolutely pop off to give Microwave the advantage here in this lower final.
I mean, that's... You're not typically expecting your tank to make plays on 15 health in a dream right there, especially when they're antied. Mari, though, the damage mitigation, the positioning, it all comes together in one final swoop. We've been talking about the aggression from this team, how well it feeds into each other. Mari giving you a textbook example in aggression there. They know they don't have any health. They know they can't physically get support. They're purple. Doesn't matter. They're just taking it right to them with no pause. The confidence is complete in that moment, and it is all they need to send this to a match point. The Overwatch Grand Finals for Kunoichi Kocoa right here, ready to go. New Queen Street, the possible final map pick on this competition.
And we see exactly why VC Blue picks it instantly. Indeed, we spoke about this in just the last series. Remember, this Microwave composition going to really struggle into anything that doesn't really force essentially a brawl. And here on a map this wide open with this many high grounds, it's going to be incredibly hard for Mari to have the same impact that she did on Suravasa here. There's just no one long area of the map she can lock down, no single zone that's that pivotal for winning it out. Instead, it's going to be your ability to take off angles, your mobility, your ability to control that space that's going to make the difference. And so far, those have been the hallmarks of VC Blue, at least in this series. This is also a map that can favor some faster compositions. That's exactly what we're seeing with this JQ comp. I'm of the opinion that this composition often functions more as a dive than it does as a brawl composition in certain aspects, and that ability to take those wide angles to split across the map rather than play as a death ball is going to pay huge dividends here on New Queen Street.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that classic rush comp. You want to send them in the back line, you want to collapse on the low health target, you want to blow them up before they even know what's happening. And Vancouver Titans, they got the shout, they got the Lucio speed, they got the Kiriko. This is everything they need to set up on those angles and crash into the back line. What just happened there? Getting impact is fun. Knows what's going on. Scarlet putting on their nostalgia hat for just a minute, trying to even up that environmental score, will just get the bot immediately from Microwave.
I think that's the freest first fight win I've ever seen. They only had used Lucio. I don't think I've ever seen that before in my life. The elements of surprise totally gone to VC Blue, and now with first fight from the back of Microwave, then they can begin to press that advantage.
An aggressive engagement there from McMahon, and they're gonna get punished for it. Already down low, and Ramzu finds the first pick on Nostalgia. Lucio battle going handily Microwave's way, and they need to find a response, and quickly, that's not the response they needed. Bowen having to call home and calling sick today, as they're not able to stand into that fight.
I mean, these successive fight wins have been taken quickly for Microwave. Remember what we said those in the last series, that means bad things for VC Blue. Microwave right now look hungry for that rematch in the grand finals, and playing like this, and they're going to get there in just 8 minutes time. VC Blue trying to stop that from happening, but right now no tools really to leverage. Back over to the Ramatra composition, forced off of their comfort, and on uneven territory they have to stand through.
Here, Ramatra as they want to use the space. I don't know where what was standing there though. That's a lot of open space, and it lets Mari run straight onto them. Pix trying to even this out a little bit with the Annihilation Field there. This is a checkpoint cap and only for the one ult. As I was, Blizzard used there too, but at the end of the day, Microwave still with a 3-ult advantage. Good God.
I mean, this is right now looking like an absolute stomping, unfortunately. A lovely wall actually onto Mari, puts plenty of pressure on the Ramatra, but the beat, the window, they're there.
Yeah, the response beat gonna come out here to at least maintain position for the Vancouver Titans. Do keep in mind, Microwave has forward spawn here, so a death for them doesn't need nearly as much as a death for Vancouver Titans. Death here with the overclock. One cut, oh no, Nostalgia cut out into the open. The movement is just good enough there to work it through, but now the window out. Is the damage going to be enough to force back Microwave? The wall there has fallen off their own team. You got to drop that, friend. Finally dropped, but Microwave looks so run away in the time of the self wall. Big Man tries to take a duel off on the edge, not working out for them. As Death has once again asserted hit scan dominance.
Yeah, just clean up here now. Yeah, 3 members are alive for VT Blue, but going to reduce to 2 and then none very quickly. Microwave are absolutely rolling, and I mean, while VT Blue can take fights, they need successive ones to actually get progress on the board. Still sitting on that goose egg in terms of progress, and getting closer and closer to the end of the map is Microwave. Speaking of getting closer to things, that I was going to say that Ramsu's Blizzard is close, but what shuts down the May? Finally, some fortune going in the favor of VT Blue, and they can hopefully snowball this into something greater.
My heart dropped for a moment when I saw what's name in the scoreboard. I thought it was them that died first. This time, they're striking first to give their team the advantage. Phone here trying to push the space as fast as possible. The spawn's gonna come back quick. They have to go fast. They're gonna go fast onto the back line. Catch Mari. Blizzard comes out there for McMahon. I'm really sure that was needed. And as a result, they're going into this next fight with only support ult. It's not the position you want to be.
I mean, only support ults. I mean, people have been in worse situations than that plenty of times before, but still, yeah, I mean, VT Blue were trying to strike while the iron was hot, but unfortunately striking a little bit too hard there. Instead, going forward to the spawn hole, trying to force out resources early, and plenty of pressure onto the Ramatra. Oh, and cuts down what takes the head off of Mari, and with that, VT Blue have definitely made up their ult advantage.
Yeah, right back into it now. They got both of the supports ult coming and a tank ult not too far behind. Microwave is pretty loaded up here, but it looks like we're gonna have another fight here before that forward spawn. I doubt that Microwave just gives up that fight. Window here tries to force all of them off. VT Titans wants that spawn so bad here. You can see all of Microwave hiding in that little building. Are they gonna contest? Yes, they are. Just barely in time. But right into a blizzard from the Microwave, running in here and cleaving through the frozen target. Molly had the Annihilation Field there, but they didn't even need it. 2 ults, a window, and a blizzard. All they need to close that one out.
And that's really painful for VT Blue now, and Death lurking ever closer, hoping to hit this dagger onto Phone, who right now is running for her life and looks to make that escape. I mean, VT Blue do at least have the ult again to attempt to contest, so it's going to be mirrored annihilations, mirrored beats. The difference is going to be that while Mickman has a bleed, Ramsu has none. We'll see if that's enough to bring them the fight win, as VT Blue have lost this fight before.
On the edge already, McMahon falling low. That first pick almost going Microwave's way. The beat enough to save it. Blizzard as well, but can they find any picks off of it? They've got Death on a hard angle, but in the meantime, Phone has fallen. 2 picks now for Vancouver Titans, both DPS down on Microwave. So if they can respond here with just a little bit of sustain, they can most likely take this fight to its natural conclusion. McMahon looking to put in the extra damage here, needed to break through the tanky DPS. They don't look like they're finding a ton. Wall up, is that enough to close out on Mari? Not really, no. Even without either DPS, Microwave here able to just sustain through everything they need. Without Phone, Vancouver Titans really struggling to find an entry point. Blizzard is going to go out, he's going to catch Nostalgia. They live through it though with Immo, but Annihilation Field, it's back for Mari! And just like that, all the Vancouver Titans is sent back to spawn.
That they are, and running out of time now as well. I mean, with this wall getting closer and closer, then, I mean, a cap is looking like a real possibility, especially with Microwave still with 3 minutes left on the bank. Of course, they don't particularly care in which manner they make it to their finals, as long as they make it there, and they make it there in style. A disengage coming through from Microwave, not liking the positioning, and it's a fair point. So they would be on a high ground disadvantage, they'd be looking up, and Death now with the overclock, not finding anything just yet.
Only gonna catch the angle for now, but Bone's pretty low health. Lucio also in a dangerous spot. He's gonna last just long enough to get that overclock, however. Aramori, windows down, and Watts responding with a window and overclock of their own. Looking for Scarlet here, gonna find them. And now for a little bit more. Oh! Mari as well, that's 4 on the overclock.
What wipes the board, and Vancouver Titans Blue can get straight back into accruing some of their own distance. Microwave get wiped out by the window overclock combo, and having to regroup now after spending more than a little bit trying to cut out on their own terms. It is going to be painful. At least it will be before the Wolf has any chance to make real progress. But Vancouver Titans Blue now looking to strike while the iron is hot with the Blizzard.
Ready to go, only really gonna catch Ramzu. Scarlet times their beat perfectly for that. Saves their team. Warring beats on either side. None of them really have an advantage there. They did basically simultaneously. But what? On an angle, fighting Ramzu. This hasn't gone well before. It's not gonna go well this time. Ramzu throws up the Blizzard. What? Stays alive here, but the rest of the team falling to phone due to the split that ended up happening there. McMahon falls, but I don't know how beneficial that's really going to be, as Mari looks like they might just be staggering themselves. Never mind, right as I say that, Death evens this fight right back up on the what? I don't know what they have. They can get nostalgia here. They can maybe focus down phone. They do have nostalgia. Can they get phone? They may at least make them run away. And so even though that fight looked like it was blue all the way, it is Michael Wave that strikes back.
That it is. The momentum swings back in their favor, and with a minute left on the clock, Vancouver Titans will need to be stringing together these consecutive fights if they want to make the distance back. Plenty of pressure onto Death early on, but with the slide, they're able to escape.
Annihilation field ready to go. They can shut this fight down whenever they want to. The only thing that I can test is what's overclock. Is it gonna be enough? That's taken down inside of their overclock. So maybe, but Phone falls once again, and Mari still hasn't pushed Q. They're just holding it on, trying to squeeze this fight as much as possible. What now? Their own overclock only gets one, as Phone has swapped to Doom. They know that time is not on their side. Mari still waiting to pop this game-ending ult. It's gonna be the window trying to challenge it. Blizzard, maybe what can stop Annihilation Field? I don't know how likely that is. It's gonna have to be huge. There's the Blizzard out. It doesn't catch Mari. Mari's free. They can use it whenever they want to, and McMahon falls too. And there it is, the Annihilation Field, burning down Phone and everyone else. Aramori, however, puts on the DPS hat, cleaves through this Vancouver Titans team, and we are going to round 4 between Michael Wave.
Microwave, they get the victory in a close fought series. Here on New Junk City, though, they look firmly in control. They look desperately like they wanted these grand finals, and though the efforts of Watt and the rest of VT Blue were heroic, and unfortunately it was not enough. We have crowned our second grand finalist. We will have a rematch between Microwave and NYXL Drainers in a couple minutes. I could not be more excited to watch the finale of the Kunoichi Kocoa tournament, but I mean, Loki, what a game we had in our hands here today.
Yeah, I mean, what more could we want, both from this matchup and winners finals? We are going to see that round 4 matchup between Michael Wave and NYXL Drainers. It's going to be amazing, but for me and Spectron, that's going to be our day. We're going to pass you off to the amazing, the beautiful, Tiny, Shiny, and Chef Billy. We'll get them in right after this break for you.
Let's breathe. I'm so cold, whisper so low. Our insight here, you know, you get an insight and you know something, you know, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, you know. But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours. You
Happy holidays, everybody! We have made it to the Kunoichi Kocoa Grand Final. So if you haven't already, go ahead, grab a blanket, cozy by the fire, grab your hot cocoa, because trust me, you are going to want it for this gameplay. It's Shiny and Chef Billy coming back for not the first, but the third rematch of Microwave and NYXL Drainers, and none other than the Grand Finals.
Yep, I mean, there's some revenge that needs to be on the line here for poor Microwave, having lost a couple times now to this Drainers squad. Now, we were taking a couple of looks at seeing who came from where, and you know what? A couple players came from Drainers, Chengdu Drainers, from the major, then a couple came from NYXL Embers, and so that's how we get the NYXL Drainers here. I just put it all together. I swear I do my research, but sometimes there's just gaps in it, and it happens.
It does.
What also happens is X10 has been doing X10 things all day. It's been railing everybody left and right. We had the infamous saying yesterday about what kind of hoodie I want for Christmas. And, well, hopefully X10 will be able to continue along that same vein. However, Microwave definitely have the really want to get themselves a little bit of revenge here. A nice early Christmas gift to take the title here in the Kunoichi Kocoa.
Yeah, Microwave right now. We've seen him on screen plenty of times. You know him, you love him. And first thing we got to talk about here is Mari. She has been one of these players from Kunoichi who has been on the grind, constantly improving, stepping up her level of gameplay, and that's why they keep beating their opponents in NYXL Drainers time and time again, because of her leadership and her insane mechanical ability on this Ramacha, the Junker Queen. Everything we've been seeing starts with Mari, but of course, it ends with death. Billy, you were talking about X10. Death can be right up there with them.
Well, I think that also, I think the death is the natural counter to X10. But I think that Ramosu and Scarlet are going to be the two that I'm actually looking forward to the most, considering that we're playing a lot of Ramacha right now. The walls need to be perfect. The amp speeds needs to be perfect. They have to be in perfect harmony. So expect a lot of coordination between Scarlet and Ramosu. They're on what we'll predict as being on to the Mei. We'll see them swap over to a Genji every once in a while. We'll see him pop over to a Tracer as well. But for the most part, Mei, jail for Ramosu right now. Then Aramori is the unsung hero of this team. The Baptiste play is absolutely nuts. You know, we were watching flash ups, like I mentioned yesterday, to Loki. Yesterday on King's Row, we saw Aramori get 3 amp matrices just between the first point and to the entrance of the foundry. Absolutely insane ult generation. I mean, that's, you know, really bears down to how much damage the front line takes when you are in this bruiser battle that we'll see Mari and company engage in here in just a minute when we take a look at the Nixel Drainers lineup here. Aliseu, Irish Tank, saw them do some trials for Team Ireland back in March when our good friend Ocean was trying to get their team together. We saw a couple show matches with Aliseu. Definitely love their growth. They've gone through some trials and gone through some growth. And it's really awesome to see them 9 months removed from that. The positive mental growth and just the positive state of play that they're in right now. And they are backed up by one hell of a team. The star is X10. I mean, a star is born here. We saw it during the major, during that semifinal, and then during the finals. X10 went on a tear. I can still see Coliseo with the Hanzo in the back of my mind, and I still get shivers from it.
Honestly, X10 can do it all, whether it is mainly on this hit scan roll, something as the projectile with the Hanzo. They're always finding a way to leave a deadly impact. And of course, you mentioned that being partnered alongside Senna, one of the EU DPS that you are going to find within this tournament, as well as Poryu, Anion, have incredible experience not only within calling all heroes and what else. Anion, former Overwatch League player as well. I mean, Billy, these rosters are stacked to the max as of now. NYXL Drainers, you can't argue against the fact that they have gone ahead and beaten out Microwave 3 separate times. It comes down to now, Is this the time where Microwave, they're in the grand finals, everything is on the line? Can they manage to find that extra bit to dethrone who have been on top, the leaders, the entire time?
I mean, this is just such an unfair amalgamation of two really strong teams from the major. Now they're coming together to form basically a super group. So, I mean, it is definitely down to Microwave to be able to stand up and step up to this. Now, you know, I was making some excuses yesterday during the EU Grand Final where we saw, and I can't remember their EU name, but it was them, and then they had Jinjo. Sorry,
Jinjo, there we go.
Jinjo, I knew
You got through at some point.
I got there in the end. That's all that matters. No,
Exactly.
I think that CGL alum Ramosu coming back in here gives them an extra level of experience, of professionalism, of synergy, and I think that if they play at their very top, I think we go the full distance here. I'm at least expecting us to go 5 maps at least.
Yeah, and Jess, you do bring up a point. This is not just a best of 5, Billy. This is a best of 7 grand finals, always longer. It's a test of endurance for these teams, particularly Microwave. Not only have they just played in the winners finals, they had to go through the losers finals and take out Vancouver Titans Blue in a 4-map brawl to then once again end up here in the grands. And NYXL Drainers, they've been chilling. They've had that break to go ahead, see what else their opponents can offer, helping to learn throughout these tweaks. Billy, this is going to be a test of endurance, and it all starts map number 1. Ilios actually will be the selection. Quite an interesting one that the Drainers opted to go for.
Yep, I like this. I like the fact that we're going to something different. I get so sick of seeing Lijiang Tower all the time. I mean, always see that. You know, Nepal has been really heavily favored here during this Coco Kunoichi as well. So seeing Ilios here, you know, I think Ramachu can play very well here. I'm expecting to see, honestly, Mori come out. If it is Ruins, we'll see the Ramachu there. I think that if we go to Lighthouse, we're going to see the Sigma. And I think because of the accretion, I think because of just the good sight control of lines as they try to approach the point, you know, being able to flux people up, getting people out of there. I think that you've got more of an opportunity to play aggressively with the Sigma on Lighthouse. Well, I mean, it's anybody's guess. You can go Ram, you can go Sig, you can go Rissa. We know that Mari is very, very willing to swap, sometimes to their detriment. Something that it's a little the key thing that I've hit on here as we've been watching them grow through the major, now through Coco here. I think that sometimes they're almost too willing to swap off. Trying to change the comp off, and then they're completely resetting their economy, especially with the changes that have come through. Now you're at 15% instead of 25. It's a bit more of a gamble if you're going to do that. So Mari needs to be very cognizant of when they do this. Is it the right time? Can you just stay for another fight and possibly get your ultimate up and then swap over? We'll see how it goes though.
Yeah, we're not really seeing this tank game of rock, paper, scissors anymore. It's now much more reliant on this initial comp that you start out with. Ilios Ruins, the battlefield of the day as the grand finals are going to go ahead and kick off. Billy, we have 2 very different compositions to look at.
Well, I mean, I like Mari coming in here. I mean, wants to play up close, and they were anticipating Alisu coming out on this Winston, so you can just walk past that bubble, land an axe, get them out of their comfort zone, and watch for the engagement coming in from Ramsey. On the Genji, I mentioned they like to play it. Definitely going to give Alisu some cause for concern.
Absolutely. This heavy amount of frontline damage that Microwave has. I mean, Alisu right now, where can they safely look to engage? I mean, potentially on Armori or Scarlet, but everybody is so mobile. It's going to take a lot for the Drainers to isolate and much less for them to go up and just collapse on top of Senna. But that's the time where NYXL Drainers, they went in, they almost used the Widowmaker as bait for the Tickle Cannon to come into play, following up on some of these extra shots. Billy, now all the NYXL Drainers have to do is pull these couple of swaps they need, and Microwave suddenly are going to be in a ton of congestion.
Oh, they're in a ton of congestion, but once again, it's Anyun. We've seen Anyun not only back when they played for NYXL, but also here in Calling All Heroes environment. I mean, this is a Ana player that doesn't miss. Sleeps, nanos, the nades coming in. I mean, the focus fire coming off the back of these nades is something that you don't see very often especially higher level play. You know, sometimes you see like a one-person collapse. They collapse on everybody, and you see multiple frags.
Yeah, and NYXL Drainers, that's the thing, is they have this high level of coordination to work off of, and of course, you have the X10 factor, who can sometimes just rip people's heads off, no questions asked. And NYXL Drainers, suddenly they have a lot less that they have to do. Microwave, you're not going to push in without their tank. The best they can do is avoid staggering, but if we know anything about the Drainers, they're going to take everything they can get.
Absolutely, and I honestly think this Genji pick is not it, Chief. I don't think that this is the right pick right now. I think you need to be going with an A, or maybe going with a Somber to try to deny some of the resources going into Alisu. Try to make Adiun's life hell. You need to have a little bit more mobility and more pressure here on the backline because Alisu is just diving in response to these dives coming in from Microwave.
NYXL Drainers right now, they're looking at a 5-stack of ultimates, Billy. Is this Microwave's chance to go in? They think it is. That's 1, 2, 3 ultimates gone in the blink of an eye, and there are 5 players still standing on the side of the Drainers. Yes, they're gonna get the point back, but you haven't dealt with the problem in X-Ton. It's only been the Nano Boost and Primal Rage, all of this just to stay in Alisu so they can continue their journey on the Monkey Path. Still not having any luck with this Genji at all, and Microwave forcing to commit even more. That's the Rampage that ended up coming out. NYXL Drainers still perfectly fine. They're disciplined with their ultimates that they have to use, and Microwave, yes, they get some percentage. At the end of the day, though, they're going to have to go for a reset and attempt one final fight.
Well, they've got the Blade, so I mean, that's one option that they've got at their back, but the Kitsune Rush, gonna be good. Pulse Bomb still ready to go. Overclock still ready to go. Yeah, they're running into a whole host of problems here, and I mean, Ramsey is just going to have to be absolutely perfect to this incoming Blade.
Ramsu hasn't been able to do much on the Genji for most of this map, and if you can pull out a heroic blade like we know that they can, now is the time to do it, but look how low they end up going. Sam chases them down before the blade can even come out of its sheath. NYXL Drainers show their initiative once again. Microwave can't even use most of the ultimates they've done. X-Ken with a casual triple K to tick this very first round of Ruins. Billy, there's so much to unpack here.
Yeah.
Holy.
I mean, they just got railed. I mean, that's really what happened. I mean, Senna is absolutely... It is an X10 moment. I want the hoodie. I want the sweatshirt. I want the merch from that. Still, give me the TM. Give me the trademark on that. But I think that there's just not enough damage and not enough focused damage coming out from Microwave. They're all kind of going in their own directions. You're leaving Aramori that was on the Kiriko just completely helpless, other than the singular swift step. That's on a cooldown. Scarlet was bouncing around trying to boot people into the lines of sight of both Death and Ramsu. They were just completely uncoordinated in that attack. So now we're looking at a little bit different look here. Ramsu over to the Tracer. I don't hate that.
Okay.
Death, though, I like this pick.
Interesting.
With being able to burn down the bubble, being able to reposition high and low. This is gonna be great.
And especially since X10 is on this go, Death now has a good way to actually kind of keep them in check and not allow them to dominate within this guy. So in Microwave, whether they anticipated it coming or not, they are well prepared for what NLXL Drainers have, at least on paper, of the composition. Now, this is going to change a lot based on the engagements they end up taking. As of now, they're looking for that target to come in and isolate. Alisu does a nice job of isolating Mori on out on the side. That's a nade chucked in from Annie. The coordination from this team, Billy, never disappoints. You gotta hand it to Aramori and Scarlet for somehow keeping Mori on her feet in the long run, and it's not gonna last much longer. Eventually, you're starting to realize that if Mori's not gonna go down, focusing down on the supports is gonna be the way to go. NYXL Drainers, they're in control of the point. Microwave forced to kind of hang out in these choke and wait for their players to come back, yet the staggers pummel in.
There is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Alisu goes in, and you've got Senna coming in to finish off the kill and confirm that frag. So I think that it's a little bit too reactionary right now from Microwave. I want to see more coordination going in together as a 5-man unit. That's an early nano.
Oh, the nano boost so fast. I mean, Aniun, the speed at which she builds these up, it's essentially a free fight one for NYXL Drainers. The only thing is you have to commit, and Microwave, they don't have an opportunity to gain any more of this ult charge to gain win conditions of their own. And
you see that the smart bubble usage there from Alisu. You dive in at the end of the nano, You drop your bubble. That doesn't allow for Ramsu to get back out of the fight. So Pulse Bomb going to be available to both teams here. The Ant Matrix is going to be an interesting look. Where do they decide to deploy it? I think that you need to go along, the danger side, along the side of the well, and get a better angle onto this Drainer's backline.
Now, NYXL Drainers, they're gonna be down Senna, Death, finding their mark at a point where Microwave truly needed it. They're not gonna have the immortality for the end of this fight, though, so Microwave, they're gonna have to be careful with how they go forwards, and Armori, bet she wish she had it to keep herself alive. Microwave, they're gonna get the switch, and Ramsu doing their best to compensate for the loss of that main support, just doesn't have the healing to sustain that 1v1 against Senna, and slowly but surely, the Drainers are creeping themselves back onto the objective, and Microwave, 4 ultimates, and 1 fight away.
This is where I would have expected to have seen the Ana Brigitte combo come out from Microwave, because we've seen that time and time again. The other thing is that you played against this Drainers team quite a few times now. So you're going to be able to start knowing patterns and start to know what they've got going on. That's a huge pulse bomb early.
Oh, that's the pulse bomb coming in, and Exton on the follow-up. NYXL Drainers, they knew how to take that fight, Billy, and they did it before Microwave had anything to say about it. They continued to wipe the floor clean, and at the end of it all, it's 200% going the way of NYXL Drainers. Billy, they've beat him once, and Microwave seem to be going down once again.
That is, that's pretty emphatic from Drainers. I mean, they're riding an absolute wave, having won EU yesterday, having won the winners final over Microwave earlier this afternoon. The confidence is riding high, and they've basically got the playbook of Microwave absolutely enshrined in stone right now. Oof. So I want to see what they have to deal with this Drainers team. I mean, they've got to throw something different against the wall, because you can't keep running the same comps with expecting the same result. That's where I think that we need to make a little bit of changes right now. I think that they can, possibly bring something different in. I mean, if you see the Winston out there, you know what? Why not throw a Diva into the mix? Start mitigating some of that damage. Maybe eat a Pulse Bomb, maybe eat a Nade, maybe eat a Sleep. Yeah. There's so much that you can do with the Diva, and if you just start throwing different cogs into this, into the machine, maybe you can get a different result. Because keep bashing your head against the wall, it's not going to change how much it hurts. It's just going to change how long it takes for us to get to the end of the line, Tiny.
And that's an advantage that you could argue that Microwave has, is Mori is an incredibly flexible tank that can pull out, we saw the Chunker Queen, we saw the Ramatra. Neither of those were the play of the day. She's still got a Diva, she's still got a Winston and a Doomfist if you really want to go that far. And those are only the heroes that we've seen her play within the broadcast. So there are chances for Microwave to switch up what they're doing and give NYXL Drainers to stop dominating, because the dive that they have has been ridiculously clean. And I'm gonna say it again. They're initiating fights, right? You're either throwing in Senna, you have support going into X10, and if the DPS don't get a pick, Alisu manages to isolate somebody with a bubble and everyone else just collapses on it. And that's as simple as it ends up going, Billy. This team, they're working like a clockwork, and Microwave just can't find the thing to jam in it and start to mess it up. If they take NYXL Drainers off of their game, I will start to rethink the result that I think this series is gonna be. But if Microwave, as you said, keep bashing their heads against the wall, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a very quick 4 Overwatch. And, well, the map pick is in. And surprise, we're going to King's Row. I would have gone somewhere different. I would have gone somewhere different just to throw everybody off their games. I don't understand. Well, I'll get off my soapbox. Seriously, I mean, they're going to try and run the brawl here. And Alisu's going to come back out on the Winston, defensively and offensively. Because they are feeling absolutely 10 foot tall and bulletproof right now, Tiny, and I think that's the big difference. Is that, when you're playing with confidence and you know that you guys are playing as a 5-man unit or a 5-person unit, I mean, there's not much that you can't do. So that's why I say throw some different looks in here. Throw a Bastion in there. Make them get off the Winston. Because right now, Winston's just absolutely shredding you. You see the coordination between Alisu and company. By the way, I had not seen Lane play all weekend, so this is for my first time seeing them play today. And I mean, it's like,
it's impressive.
Just take out one piece of the puzzle, insert another, and it's the same result.
Yeah, NYXL Drainers, they have such this in-depth roster, and even if you swap somebody out, I mean, Alisu and the rest of the team, I mean, they're clearly incorporating them into what they're doing, and they're not skipping a beat, which has got to be one of the most impressive things for a team. Anytime you're making these roster changes, arguably something is going to be different, yet we just don't see it. The NYXL Drainers are continuing to play confident and trusting in each other, and every other time we've seen them take the stage.
Yeah, we'll see how this changes about. I think that we've got some serious.
Okay.
Looks here. I mean, look, there's the Bastion in response
change?
to. No, this is good. That's gonna burn that. That bubble's gonna be worse than styrofoam.
It's a great change. You're not wrong. I just see Bastion and I'm like, really? Why do we all have to play Bastion all the time? Microwave, though, they are 100% correct in putting death in the Omnic hero. The biggest thing, though, how are you going to keep them alive to allow this Wheels form to come on out, actually burst through the window, which Alisu has remained pretty low health throughout most of this time, and Senna has done a good job of baiting out the Wheels form, allowing their tank to move about the stage. Microwave securing a tick for the time being. Nobody has gone up to look at X10 and has forced them back just by simply existing. Eventually, someone's got to go down. In this case, Senna will be the first casualty, followed by Anna Yoon. Microwave, the swaps we made, Billy. We knew that it would happen. They changed things up, and suddenly NYXL Drainers are struggling to get things done.
The only thing better right now for me would be a Diva here, just for the mitigation, because you've got X10 that was on the Ashe, it swapped over to the Sojourns. I mean, they almost had Bob on line too. That's the willingness to switch, knowing that that's not the optimal hero. Nano Engage is going to be here, available here for the Drainers. So, I mean, Nano Monkey going in, going to be filthy. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the Death. Death's going to have to be very cognizant, and Air Mori is going to be very, very judicious with the use of this Immortality Barrier.
It's all about the timing here. There's so many things that NYXL Drainers can just chuck at you that you got to be ready for, and as a Baptiste, it's not an easy thing to time in just a split second. So for now, what they're going to have to do is play that patient game, hold on to it as long as they can, but against the fists of Alisu, are they even in the range? This requires a heavyweight solution. The sound barrier and the amplification matrix forced with just the pulse bomb. Now Alisu can go in with that nano boost, less afraid of death. I take that back. You should be very afraid of death. Look how that health bar goes down. The support from Anya Lane is insane, but nobody can withstand that sheer amount of raw bullets being chucked your direction. NYXL Drainers, yeah, the sign for them to swap. We knew it was coming.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, Drainers played that about as well as they could. I mean, we went into the Amp Matrix. We went into everything coming in from Aramori and Squad. But Microwave just said, we're going to win this just on the back of Sound Barrier and Amp Matrix. They ended up forcing Aniu to use that nano, and then they just turned on Alisu and blew him up. Artillery Strike is out.
The Artillery Strike and the Kitsune Rush to help blow this popsicle stand open that Ramsu decided to happen. I mean, Microwave, they didn't get anything from either of their DPS ultimates except maybe a couple of meters. Not the important ones, though. 1.22 still stands on this objective, and it's going to require a much stronger solution, particularly with the overclock in play. That's one headshot for X10, looking for the both supports. Immortality Field on the ground, certainly going to help them out. X10 is still running wild. The backline has to race back to contest the payload. It's a 2v1 against the flying fists of Mori. Eventually, X10 will fall. The numbers game not in their favor today. And I mean, NYXL Drainers, give them credit for the long time they've been able to sustain. But eventually, that payload shall reach. And 4 minutes 14, looking pretty darn good for the Foundry, Billy.
And Yoon, after swapping off the Ana, already has an Amp Matrix up. So 2 matrices on the backyard, ready to go. Sound Barrier diff, though, to Microwave as they go into this. They got to hold it out for this upcoming Blizzard.
The Blizzard right now from both Senna and Ramsu, as a matter of fact. A couple options for which direction this fight is going to go, but I'm going to say it once again, the Bastion diff comes in big. While the Blizzard might take the final blow, that damage all done by Death was yet to be dealt with. X10 finally lands a final blow onto the Omnic hero, and it's a little bit too late for that to happen. The payload's easily still able to creep along. Alisu just now starting to return to the fight, and it's going to cost another overclock from Exton, who built that from just the last fight, mind you. How do they keep doing this? I mean, does Exton even want to end up using it here? As this payload seems to be halting, Michael Wave backing off a tad bit, and need to be careful with how they choose to proceed.
Overclock, ready to go. You got the sound barrier to keep everybody nice and healthy here for Microwave. Looking for Alisu. They need to build up this Annihilation in a hurry.
Yeah, Alisu coming out with that one has the power to end all fights, but so does Xtend. The sound barrier in the way, plus this amount of focus fire. They are not allowed to hit a single shot, at least one, that deals a final blow, which is, as you said, Billy, they needed that Annihilation to come through. Such a powerful ultimate, especially when these players are crowded in these small corridors of King's Row. But Mori somehow finds her way into the backline. I mean, this shouldn't be allowed. Losing Aura Mori here is going to make it difficult. But again, I'm gonna say it, the Annihilation being out in the open continues to stall that payload out even further. The health bars are starting to suffer. NYXL Drainers have to use a lot more ultimates than they would have liked to, and eventually, as the dust settles, they will come out on top, but at a costly price.
Oh my gosh, I think Ramsey wants to have that Blizzard back because it just didn't get enough on the back end of it, but they will have an answering at Matrix to what Anyun is going to be bringing to this fight. Also, that late pop of the... I understand why Mari did it. I understand because you thought you could turn it. You just did not expect the Senna Blizzard to be online so quickly. The ult generation is just massive from the Drainers right now.
They continue to be ahead in a lot of this ult economy, and not only because of how quick they're building their ults, but how disciplined they are when they end up using them, and it gives them the chance to sustain in these fights a lot longer. The Death Matrix sees the only things online for either scenes, and Aramaris will be making appearance first. From the Drainers backing off into the corners. Ramsu trying to follow up on it. Death now newly on the Sojourn to claim the first blow, and you're gonna want a little bit more. And Alisu getting incredibly aggressive. The Annihilation to be popped just to stay alive, and it's not gonna get any value other than keeping your tank up for just a hair longer. Michael Wave are continuing to roll there, punishing the mistakes that the Drainers have made, and are gonna roll this payload through full capture in play.
My goodness, what a hell of a round there from Microwave. They brought out some deviation from the norm. Oh, Alisu, you think that you're just gonna be comfortable on Winton? No. We're gonna blast you down. I think that I like that. I like that Death talking some smack. I like it. I like it. In-game smack. Hey, Mari, the captain says, yeah. Shut your trap. Shut your trap. Get your shit done. All right. I'm here for it. Drainers, though. I mean, once they started making some swaps, they made it a little bit harder for Microwave, and then Microwave said, you know what? Oh, you're going to bring out the Sojourn? Okay, we can do that, too. And I liked the picking and the counter swaps that came through. So this is a recipe for what Microwave needs to do for the rest of this series. However long it goes, expect the unexpected. Take something from Big Brother and bring it to this match. Give them a different look. Don't come out with what you expect. So they're going to bring out Death right now onto this Bastion once again. You've got the resources to keep them alive. I like that. I mean, and look at this. If the Anyun stays like this, the fact that they are not allowing Anyun to play their best hero, which is Ana, that is a win already for this Microwave team.
Seriously, putting Anyun off of that Ana, notice how much freer that Mari has been able to play just as a tank. You're putting Death on the Sojourn. I mean, all of this has been to help disable Alisu. The plays that NYXL Drainers were relying on, the Bionades, the bubbles, none of it can happen. Just throwing them slightly off of their rhythm. Microwave suddenly are appearing as a worthy opponent that can fight toe-to-toe with top teams, and now they need to figure out how to break through on this defense. Death is taking hits after hits. That's a punching bag coming through. Look how much damage Alisu did already halfway to the Annihilation. I mean, that is a statement coming out of the gates. As you guys can play the Brawl comp, all right, we'll show you how it's done.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, bringing out Senna onto this May and being able to wall off and give those counter walls to what Microwave is trying to do, exactly what Draeners needed to answer that. And I told you at the beginning of the broadcast, it's going to come down to how the Mace play together. There's going to be a late recontest, though.
Ooh, I mean, they're still trying to push this one in, and I guess you want to use all the resources you got, especially with Aramori speed running that Amp Matrix online. But guess what? Anion did the exact same thing. Usually the later support ultimates are the ones that come out on top. The Mayball had to be used defensively, and that's not going to be keeping Mari alive. Annihilation put on just for show. We all love the color purple. NYXL Draeners perhaps a little bit too much now. 5 minutes on the clock, and want both, several actually, of their tools to work with.
Come on, let's move this payload.
We're looking into the next fight coming on up. Micah Wave, they all, because they took that last fight, are now stuck walking from these spawns, which just seem to be light years away from this point. I mean, look how much distance the Draeners are going to manage to get. You're going to get at least past the bookstore, potentially around towards this next corner, which is Micah Wave. That's going to be one of their chances to meet them. They need to solve this momentum somehow, and it's got to be with the Blizzard, right? I mean, Ramsu has been holding on to this for some time, and, you know, Blue, certainly a wonderful color, and the Blizzard to come on out. The wall just gonna stand within the way. Nobody quite frozen on up. The sound barrier from Scarlet helps weather the storm. Senna placed on down, but not X10. That one final shot of the overclock. Even Stevens, 4v4. Mari now. That is going to be the Annihilation in play, forced back with the Amp Matrix. They could push through it if they really want to, but you're not going to do so, especially at that later sound barrier coming on out. But the nice thing about the Annihilation, it could care less about the Lucio ultimate. It buys time, it buys space, and it takes an insane off angle from X10, winning that 1v1 out with Deck to make sure NYXL Draeners can stay alive. The longer this fight has gone on, Tsunami and they both are going to have their ultimates on up, which is just the final thing to make sure that Mori will end up going down at the end of the day. He's been hanging on to sub 100 HP, no cooldowns in the tank as X10 coming up big. The Sojourn star of the day. NYXL Draeners just put their trust in their Sojourn time and time again to win these fights, and they're absolutely speed running through King's Row right now.
I mean, it's going to be 4:42 as they enter the Foundry, so I mean, this is going to be one hell of a defense. I mean, you're going to have to take off 4 minutes off the clock here to get anywhere near the time bank. Now, it is doable. And I mean, as long as you can control sight lines, as long as you can control high ground, and just, you know, contest when you need to. Somebody makes a touch and you kind of rotate around. You're going to have to wait out a couple of rotations of ultimates as well. That's the other thing that Microwave has to be very aware of. They got to be careful.
Well, that could have been devastating right there from Mari. That Maywall did much more bad than it did good. And now, NYXL Draeners, there's nothing really stopping them in the way other than this Blizzard, which is going to be caught around the corner. Nobody is stuck in it. NYXL Draeners, they can just full steam ahead, bomb rush it into Michael Wave. The sound barrier helps them for maybe 2 seconds. They have X10 firing at all cylinders. I mean, there's nobody to stop them right now. Michael Wave have crumbled against their wrath throughout all of this. Death is great on the Soldier, just hasn't been anywhere near the caliber that X10 has been playing on throughout this time. One final touch isn't even possible. Ramsu's gonna manage to grab it, but no one else can follow up. That is well over triple, nearly quadruple the time bank that Michael Wave managed to complete at NYXL Draeners. They came arms swinging, ready to show Michael Wave that they can play this brawl comp too.
Bjark. That's what I... Wow. Yeah. They're getting on to death for talking smack in between rounds, and that's why we... Aramori says that's why we don't type, kiddos.
Yeah.
We worry about the game, and I couldn't disagree any less. You're absolutely right, Ari. So, I mean, here's what happened. They got beaten one fight, and they said, gotta mirror them. And they got completely steamrolled. There was no adaptation. There was no throwing a different piece of spaghetti at the wall and hoping it stuck. What we saw was them opted to the mirror and get completely flattened like an asphalt paver along the streets of London. So, yeah, I mean, the Genji, okay, if you can get a deflect kill, cool. If you can get on top of Lane and Aniun, cool. But once they see that you're on the Genji here, they are going to probably swap to the Ana if they are taken out by any shot. Well, nope. You're just gonna run the. Yeah, this is gonna be a very fast overtime period.
This is gonna burn away. You get 1, maybe 2 fights out of this. So, Michael Wave, you gotta make things snappy. That's gonna start off now. And I mean, NYXL Drainers just look so good here. It's gotta be dampening down the original confidence Michael Wade had when they started playing on this map, and even then get stuck up by this statue, the Mei while going out, their health is incredibly low. The immortality field is wonderfully timed as it is. They're holding on to their health bars, and getting X10 gone is arguably the best pick that they could have gotten, considering how well they've been performing the entirety of the map. Michael Wade are going to be taking the limb that they're given to start the capture on this point. Billy, we didn't have too much faith in them, and yet here they are, proving us wrong.
I mean, based upon the run of play so far, yeah. I mean, I'll stick by my guns there. They hadn't been getting it done. They've been getting steamrolled, so they opted to the mirror this time. They get an early pick of X10. They've identified that, you know what, if X10 is not there, they have a much better chance of standing up in these fights.
And they need to continue to make X10 priority number 1. And the longer that these fights go on, the more opportunities you're giving to them and to just rip your head off. And Michael Wade, they know they need to initiate quickly with the Blizzard. That's the only tool that they're going to have to use. And with Senna's going down the drain as a result, no pun intended, this is absolute best case scenario.
I mean, it's like they got ticked off, my friend. Maybe the counter ticked offness. I don't know if that's actually a term or not, but I'm going with it. Maybe the counter rage of seeing death that kind of talks some smack there. Now that they've gotten it back under control here, the cooler heads prevail. Now they're going to push in. I mean, it's still a 3:38 time bank, so everything here that they can get done, every meter knocks off a couple more seconds from that time bank.
Yeah, and they gotta go in. All guns ablazing. Press Q now, or you may never get a chance to press it again. The at matrices shall fall. Only the tendrils of the annihilation, the sound barriers coming on in. NYXL Traders is a lot later, and that's gonna help them to start zoning out this fight. The touch can no longer happen, and yeah, this is it. This is where Michael Wave have set the bar much farther than many of us would have anticipated, and they're gonna have to take it against the monster time bank the Drainers are holding on to.
So now maybe defensively we try something a little bit different. Okay, I mean, I understand why they go with the quote-unquote comp du jour, because Ramatra surprisingly has come into their own despite a lot of the nerfs and changes that have come with all of Season 8's baggage. Ramatra, like I was telling Loki yesterday, Ramatra kind of got an indirect buff here. With some of the stuff that has been changed to the other tanks and to some of the DPS. So, I mean, for Microwave, you can't come out. Okay. Well, we'll see how this goes down. I said it once, and you know what? Smack my hand for doubting you offensively, but defensively, I mean, you guys got ran over last time. Yeah. Even going with the Bastion, I would go with the Ash here. I would go with an Echo. I would go with a Pharah. Even to so to speak, see what you can get done. I mean, this is where I would like to see some changes. I mean, we saw on the EU side yesterday, we saw some players bring out non-meta picks, right, like the Pharmacy. That got an incredible amount of value, just because it wasn't expected and you weren't ready for it. Now, X10 is a different DPS altogether, but I still think that it would give you room for pause and make you check these lines of sight as you approach the point.
You need to find something to be able to work off of. Michael Wade didn't look stable at all. It's like the earth crumbled from underneath them as soon as NYXL Drainers started to push up. They look scary, and X10's a big reason for that. You lose one, there's a second, and this is it. I mean, X10 maybe didn't do as much on the defense, but on the attack, they're a whole different beast.
Yeah, and I mean, now that we're going to be in the streets phase, you can't roll the Bastion out here. So that's a big problem. I honestly, I would like to see Mari, if it's not the Diva, bring out the Sigma. Give me some kind of CC. Make Alisu's life hell. And then when they swap over to the Winston, then you bring out Death onto the Bastion. and we just start playing mind games with these buddies. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, honestly, that's the thing right now, right? Is that NYXL Drainers, they don't have a reason to slow down in this complete and total mirror comp we mentioned at the beginning of the day. It's going to be X10 versus Death. Can Death manage to counter them out? And so far, the answer, at least on the Sojourn, has not really. You haven't seen as close to much from Death as you have on the side of the NYXL Drainers, which relies on other players to make something happen. But again, it's X10, the first blow. Onto one, second out to Death. You might get a feeling of deja vu, Billy, because it's happening again. Michael Wave, they're gonna have one more chance to regroup, but right now, there's on the straight path for NYXL Drainers to go up to second map.
So you can check in my Etsy store. We're gonna have sweatshirts and hoodies and jumpers. It's gonna say, I got railed by X10. 10 quid for the shirt, 15 for the sweater, 20 for the hoodie.
I mean, X10 reserved their own merch line with how much they are doing for the Drainers right now. I mean, they're their whole livelihood, and it's about to be 4 from that case. They have 4, close to 5 ultimates, heading into what will be the last battle. Death shall fall, and if that isn't a sign of doom, I don't know what is. NYXL Drainers making quick work on their attacks in King's Row to push them up to a second map win.
That is just emphatic. And I mean, GG's to us going to overtime. I think that during this 5-minute break that we are coming up into for our first intermission here in the grand finals, there's got to be some conversations here from Michael Wave. Do we have anything else in the tank? Are we done? Or do we have more fight in us? That's what I really want to see from them, because I am seriously concerned for this Michael Wave team. X10, once again, is showing their class tiny, so, I mean, there's a lot that needs to be unpacked. They got 5 minutes to figure it out.
Yeah, 5 minutes, not a ton of time for them, but just enough time for you guys to go ahead, get a drink of hot cocoa, maybe some popcorn to go along with it, because we still have plenty more of our grand finals to come. We'll see you in just 5 minutes.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. straight new wave.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Welcome back to the Kunoichi Kocoa Grand Final. Chef Billy, we've had 2 maps put under our belt in our best of 7 series, both of which have gone the way of the NYXL Drainers, who are looking to beat Michael Wave for the 4th time and claim all of the $250 prize pool on the table. Now, Michael Wave, we know they're not down and out of it yet. It's going to be up to them on Flashpoint to make a comeback. Why don't you go ahead, walk us through what's been happening this series so far and some of the changes you'd like to see.
Okay, so right now, X10, I haven't said this for a minute just because I leaned on it for a crush for somebody, but somebody please check X10 PC. This not normal. Okay,
It's
so
not
please check. Seriously, X10 is just transcended above all of us right now and is on a different plane in terms of aim and game sense. But I think that it's just aggression. I think that they have identified that X10 is the problem, but getting to X10 is a whole different bag of worms. So we'll see how this goes down. I think that bringing out something to mitigate damage better than a Junker Queen or better than a Ramatra would be the way to go right now. So we know the Sigma is damn good for Mari, right? We also know that Mari has a good diva. I remember seeing them play back when it was Overwatch 1. I know they have a good diva. So, this is what I am looking forward to. I think that, you know, the sky's the limit. You're at least getting 2nd place here. Why not try something different? Why not shake up the compositions right now? Why not go into a full mobile girl dive right now? Bring me out the Le Seraphine comp and have fun with it.
Honestly, they probably could, because it does go just beyond the individual heroes that they're playing, right? It's back to the playstyle, that aggression that NYXL Drainers are showcasing. I say this all the time in several different series, and it's about part of that initiative that you're taking, how you're planning that fights, and historically, we're looking at somebody such as Michael Wave. They're typically a reactionary team. They wait for teams to get out all of their cooldowns before they go in and start to deal that final blow. Whereas somebody like NYXL Drainers, they're going to take it straight to your face, and it's not something that Michael Wave, as they're used to doing, they can't weather that storm. They can't manage to push through, so they never get that chance at Resurgence, are forced to start playing much more aggressive and in your face to mirror that playstyle, and now fight fire with fire.
I like it. I like it. And you and I have casted for years now. And I think that you and I understand. You know where I'm coming from when I say I need to see it shooken up. I need to see a little bit of variance here. I need to see some kind of change. I think right now, here on Suravasa. You're only down by 2 maps. This is a first of 4, so you're halfway to losing. Now is the time that you make some changes. The Orisa even could be a better pick. I mean, even getting that Javelin Spear, something to mitigate damage rather than that flimsy booty Ramatra shield would be better in this situation. I still think that the D.Va, for me, I think that it gives a little bit more appeal to your backline as well. Aramori and Scarlet, while they can take care of themselves and we see it happen all the time, they need a little help. They tired. It's been a long weekend. They played in both the NA and the EU side of this tournament. They took second in the EU side. They don't want to take second here, but we'll see how this goes down as we head towards Market.
Market, always the first point here on Suravasa, and one that has a couple of options of where you can push up. NYXL Drainers and Microwave will be meeting on the far sides of this point, which bad for the Ramatra and May, great for X10 and Death to charge up these shots, but again, Billy, 9 times out of 10, nuts, it's X10 to come on up, as the saying goes, and, you know, NYXL Drainers, they're banking on that, honestly, to happen before they actually start to make that push in, as Microwave will be a little bit closer to that point. You know what? There it is. You speak of it, you expect it to happen, and on to our Amoria of all people. Microwave, they don't have the Mustaine. The rest of them toppling over like dominoes. Like you've seen the same thing happen every single time, and it just doesn't change.
It's always our Aramori, too. It's always our Aramori. X10 has a laser guidance missile with Aramori's name on it. And now part of that is Aramori trying to be sure that they are pumping out the heals, which the Baptiste has to do in spades in this composition. But it's up to Scarlet to make sure that they can get in and out of that healing zone and back into the cover of the geometry of the map without getting domed by that rail shot. Once again, Aramori railed by X10.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that, again, you bring it up, the Ramatra doesn't really have any damage mitigation to do that, and you're still walking into this fight. Senna has a Blizzard plus an Ad Matrix that they're not gonna need!
God.
It's instead finding another hedge. I mean, how do they even do it? I mean, check their PC! I'm seriously convinced, how can a player be this consistent on a Sojourn right now that allows NYXL Drainers to win fights before they even happen?
I mean, Tiny, what they're doing is they're waiting out the flimsy Ramatra shield. They're waiting out the Vortex. They're waiting for everything to come out from this Microwave team, and then they're just holding it. They're holding it, and they're going in.
And that's the thing, is they've spent all of this time, they've built up the ultimates, and still find the shot through the sound barrier of Scarlet, mind you. NYXL Drainers, they're committing quite a bit. That's 4-3 on their side, and the fourth one, 5th actually, for Microwave. That's how much it takes for them to disarm the Drainers here. And even then, they have such a tall task of turning this one around.
The good thing is that it wasn't completely for naught. Okay, I mean, they pulled 3 ultimates out of Drainers as well. So, I mean, the overclock, I'm scared for Microwave right now, but they didn't lose the first point. So the usage and the investment gets them the dividends that they need. Now it's going to be a sound barrier and an overclock. I mean, X10 is going to be damn near unkillable in this fight.
No, I mean, X10 does the killing. Death wanted to go on the flank, but I mean, that leaves X10 sightlines completely open. It's still gone down regardless of what Death was trying to do. They've been completely ignored, disregarded. All the focus is put on the Sojourn player of the NYXL Drainers. They didn't need either of the ultimates that they had. Microwave, they should be scared. Look at the economy, but the fact that the Drainers did it without any of that is like 10 times more terrifying.
I mean, Tiny. That was in the neutral.
You see what I did there? You see what I did there?
I'm here for it. But I mean, in the neutral. In the neutral!
Yeah.
And they get it done. Oh, my lord.
Okay, well, I mean, Microwave's going to push into this overclock now. And if things get too hairy, it's going to be a lane over sound barrier that's going to keep them up to the mid fight.
NYXL Drainers, they're not sweating this whatsoever. They're taking the fight at the mid. Death yet on another flank.
Oh my
and that's the overclock coming on out. Mori explodes into a pile of metal. And I mean, Microwave just having to use the overclock here has been really, really nice for them going on out. They grab the capture, and Microwave are going to have to come back in, and it's not going to be soon with those daggers.
All right. Good thing is that they've actually bought themselves a little bit of time to build up towards some ultimates. So, I mean, actually, the economy is going to be back into their favor. They're going to be looking at dueling matrices, but I think the Annihilation will be ready here for Mari. And then the Blizzard. I mean, everything's coming up roses here for the team. The big kicker is going to be Death needs to get something huge with this overclock, as they're going to have that advantage in their back pocket.
It's not going to be a massive one to be able to work off of. Slowly the gap has been closed, and Microwave have the ultimates of their own to work off of. It just comes down to this execution, and Death gets caught out on another one of these flames that they've been going on. NYXL Drainers, they've waited their time. Microwave actually had the chance to initiate there, and it still doesn't matter. They're quite literally surrounded by the blue squad, and they're gonna be giving up Palace.
Yeah, Palace is going to be gone. I think we're going to head to... I'm going to make a guess here just because this is one-way traffic right now. I think we go to Ruins next in the northeast or the southeast corner of the map. We'll see as we take a look at that overhead. Yeah, we are going to Ruins next.
Ooh,
got it
dang,
right.
Billy.
I mean, they've got a 3 ultimate advantage here. So, I mean, we can go in with the Blizzard. Actually, I'm sorry, we're going to Garden here.
I was going to say, I don't think this is Ruins.
Yeah. And they're going to go out early with the Blizzard.
Yeah, Blizzard from Ramsey, I mean, doesn't get too much. Lane can just resurge everyone into the fight with the sound barrier, and eventually someone shall fall. Mari attempting to keep NYXL Drainers back, who stand in her face, laugh, and burn her down. And this has been a thing. Mari hasn't been able to do much of anything because either Aramori or Scarlet die early. There's not enough sustain for the tank, and X10 just goes on clean up mode.
I mean, just holding on to ultimates as long as you can. I mean, just the game sense, the intuition of knowing when you need to hold on to an ult, when you can be aggressive. Here's a change. Mari coming out onto the Orisa. I don't hate this.
Me neither. This is a change, and we'll find out if it's a good one or not in just a moment here. Something had to be different from Microwave and perhaps the Orisa, so just be that. Entering this fight, Death pushing the Drainers back up these stairs. The overclock, a scary sight to look at in the face of anybody. So the point will be flipped back over with the fight yet to be unleashed, and YXL Drainers can take this on their own terms. They do have to move up against Mari, who's holding down this choke point with even more help. Sound barrier is popped just to keep score X10 in check, and he's gonna manage to grab Death at the bare minimum, guaranteeing a true trade and allowing Mori to be wide open for Alisu's taking. And YXL Drainers, I'm telling you, Billy, they bide their time. They're so smart with when and how they end up taking their battles, and they win them so often because of it.
Yeah, but I mean, the Orisa change, you got damage mitigation, you've got CC, and you've got knockback reduction, and damage reduction with the Fortify. So, I mean, there's more in the kit here for the Orisa than the Ramatra. I still think that Sigma's the right play here, or the Diva. I'm going to keep harping on this because until I see something different, my analysis of what is going on here actually works a little bit better, and the mobility of a Diva would be so good against the slower comp.
For now, their comp is about to get even slower. Blizzard available for NYXL Drainers, and considering how much, once again, Mari applies that frontline pressure, they're going to give up the objective. Plenty of time to work with. You're rushing with either the Annihilation or the Blizzard, and you're feeling pretty good about the results. It's the Rampage into the... I mean, it pulls some players back at the Terror Surge, an incredibly weak ultimate, especially when the rest of your team is zoned out. Mari had no support. It was such a smart use of the Blizzard there, denying any of the help that their take so desperately needed. And Microwave yet to hit their mark, and they might not anytime soon. NYXL Drainers, that's point 3, both in Flashpoint and for the series on match point.
All right, they are at championship point here in our grand final. And, I mean, I didn't hate the Mari swap over to the Orisa. You saw immediately it gave Senna so much room for pause, Tiny. The Javelin Spear was such a great weapon. And I think that if they just hold on to that spin a little bit longer and try to, you know, kind of debate Senna out of throwing that Blizzard out, I think that you have a better opportunity. That's where the Diva Defense Matrix, I think, does the same thing as a Kinetic Grasp, as a Javelin Spin. it mitigates the damage coming in, but it eats it, and it's on a lesser cooldown. So I mean, you could actually portion out when you use the defense matrix. You can flash that right click or wherever you got it on your mouse or whatever key you've got it bound to, and you can like flash it, and you don't use it all up at once. So you can throw it out there, like pull it back, and then put it back out there again, like force them to do it. That's why I'm thinking the D.Va it would be a better choice here. A little bit flimsier. It doesn't have the same sturdiness that the Ramatra and the Sigma would have here. But at this point, it's 3-0. I mean, it's been incredibly entertaining. It hasn't been a complete wash.
No.
Let me throw that out there as well. I sound very critical, but that's because I've been casting this now for 5 years, and I love this game, and I want everybody to win. You know me so well.
Oh yeah.
I want everybody to win, and I hate when people lose. So I theory craft on the spot, and that's what I'm throwing out there. What would I do if I was a tank player right now? And I mean, I'm not the world's best tank player, but I would be throwing anything at this composition right now. So looks like Esperanza is going to be our push map, potentially. The map that gives the Nixel trainers their championship here in the Kunoichi Kocoa. It's one of the last tournaments here of 2023. 2023 has been a very momentous year for everybody. It's been a fabulous year for the Calling All Heroes initiative and circuit. And I mean, I'm blessed just to be here. I'm blessed to be sharing this booth with you, Tiny. You are one of my favoriteest people in the whole wide world.
Aww.
And you know what? This is an early birthday or early Christmas gift for me, so love your face. Hope you know it.
Oh, thank you, Billy. Even if I call you old sometimes, it's all out of love, my friend. NYXL trainers, though, I mean, can you really show the same friendship for your opponents? You're this close to winning another Grand Finals series? I mean, they're not playing nice whatsoever. Microwave, they aren't either. They're taking it seriously. You wanted a swap. There you go. Doomfist coming out of Mari's hero pool. We got to see a ton of this in the Calling Home Heroes Majors 3, and I am absolutely in love with it, just as how much Icicle seemed to love Ramsu's face. Now that is a bit of a problem for the follow-up that Microwave wanted to get off these punches. You don't have the ability to hold space, and you are going to suffer because of it. You wanted frontline prices. Doomfist might be the exact opposite, and it leaves Aramori and Scarlet rather vulnerable to some of these pushes if NYXL trainers get close.
I don't like to say this, but I think there might be a bit of a mental block right now. There might be a bit just a mental exhaustion here, trying to figure out how to unlock this Drainers team, and maybe Microwave would just finally hit that final wave of exhaustion here of trying to figure it out. And they're just saying, you know what, we're just going to have fun here for the last map, and, we're just going to do the best we can. And hey, if it sticks, great.
Hey, it's something new. Mari is incredibly good at this Doomfist. Zoe is on her comfort hero at the Genji, and Aramori too, even being on the Ana. So, Microwave, you could argue this is almost a comfort comp, and for good reason. One punch, not one kill, it's two. You gotta change the voice line now, Blizzard, because Mari is giving you a perfect reason to do so. NYXL trainers, they need to be cautious. Mari is one of those heroes that can just easily punish you for being by yourself.
Did you see the deflect from Ramsey though? Did you see it? Took the immortality barrier out and put a ton of damage onto Senna, and then Senna just got completely melted by their own wall, mind you.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I want to see. I don't care what you guys play. Just go out there, make something different, make me proud.
Microwave right now. You're gonna want to continue with that momentum. Several ultimates to work with. Immortality field down. Death no vision players are. You can't help.
Go!
Days like this never go.
That's what I wanted to see. Decisiveness.
That's play of the day. Easily.
Easily. I'm sorry. I actually kind of jumped out of my chair and got all hyped there for a second, because that was the decisiveness that we have not seen all series long. They got the early ult. They go in and just absolutely lay waste with it. Now they are very close to getting butt scratched.
And if they get this too, especially on push, you know how much of a momentum changer that this is. And NYXL Raiders, they understand that themselves. The overclock ended up coming out. You have, or not the overclock, you have the annihilation to help stall this. So even if Michael Wave, they win the fight, they're losing the robot. So the NYXL Raiders, they might have a chance to fully regroup if Michael Wave don't get to that bot now.
You can't, you gotta get back to contest. Yeah, they give it up. They get back to
problem. Yeah,
they get back to neutral. No, this is fine though.
This is honestly brilliant. Yeah.
I mean, that's a great set of brains there coming out of Nixel. And now we'll see with this Blizzard coming out. Got to watch out for Deflect. Deflect is one of the hardest. Deflecting a Blizzard is one of the hardest things to do. But I called it once. Hopefully, I get to see it again.
And we would love for it to come out to play today, but as you said, it's not easy. And NYXL Drainers, with the position that they're in, it's rather painful. You're not going to have the Blizzard in the first place, and they allowed Michael Wave to set up this dive. They waited too long, just corralled in that corner. Mari saw a juicy punch, slammed him into the wall, and suddenly there's shurikens and death spilling everywhere.
I think they're pissed. To be quite honest, I think they're pissed off right now, and I mean, I'm happy that they're going for this. Also, Scarlet, Scarlet showing us. No, I like this. You can get yourself out of jail. You can get aggressive, land a couple kunai, make their life hell, and then swift step out.
Scarlet can't find anybody. She's been walking around the back line for so long, looking for someone to give a shuriken to, and without that, I mean, there's less support for your team, but you know what, Billy? There it is, Anya, the most valuable one. You can pick Scarlet. I'm sorry, I ever doubted you. I shall never do it again, but you know what happened? The bot ran away from him. Michael Wave, they might win the battle, but they've lost the war. Any progress that they could have gained is just gone.
Well, they forced up Sound Barrier, though. Yeah.
And the overclock is coming out, too. What in the world? NYXL Trainers, usually, they're so well-disciplined with the ultimates that they pull out, and this is just not a good look from them right now. That's two major abilities that you have to be wanting back in some way, shape, or form, because the longer that this goes on, they're just continuing to bleed out and give Michael Wave the room to work.
I mean, Time, we just crossed over the halfway point here in Portugal, and we are, we're gonna have forward spawns available once again because they've already gotten it. The Blizzard is out. Who gets frozen up? Looks like nobody.
No one. No, well, I mean, that is an immediate swap over to Senna, moving over to the Tracer. So, you know, you're just pulling that one out. NYXL Drainers need a little bit more ability. I like it. They're going back to their original plan with this Winston isolating targets, and of course, X10 doing X10 things. So all Alistair needs to do here is act as a distraction, maybe isolate a player or two for the Drainers to come in and just stomp on. But getting through this initial choke point by this butt scratch area, that's going to be hard. You need players to pull on back, and that's exactly what they end up doing. Michael Wave are staggering themselves out here, and going to try to hold this as long as they can, understanding that the lead is currently theirs, and the more they can prevent that robot from stepping forwards, the greater chance that you're going to have to win at the end of the game. Only a third of the original time bank is remaining. While they have the lead for now, NYXL Drainers have made some swaps that are going to make their lives a lot more difficult.
Anytime you watch for the blade to come out and then watch for an immediate swap from Ramsu over to probably Sombra, Bastion, not sure. Overclock is going to come out though.
Yeah, overclock for death, and while that might not do too much in the kill feed, the damage is there. Ramsu grabs another kill onto lane, and Michael Wave, they're back in control of this bot. They did lose forward spawn, so they're gonna have a little bit longer to have to wait, and I mean, you look at that. I see a nanoblade, Billy.
I also see a nanoblade. Oh, that's a great kill from Senna, though. One clip and a punch.
Ooh, much needed, and Aramori is in trouble, and well, you mean you're not really in trouble if you're dead, I guess. NYXL Drainers, I mean, they took the fight to the supports. Aramori and Scarlet need to be staying close to each other, otherwise, yeah, you're just gonna get caught off and isolated. Kudos to NYXL Drainers for just ignoring the rest of the team and focusing the good targets.
Oh gosh, such a long wait. Oh, okay, so Ramsu does get forward spawn, but death is coming from original spawn. I like Lane going over to the Brigitte. It's going to give protection against this blade that's coming up. The nano blade, though, I don't know how much you can actually get done against this, but there is a primal ready to go from Alzu. Big pulse bomb out.
Big pulse bomb. It looks pretty. Doesn't do much in the kill feed, though. Microwave had a ton of support between Aramori and Scarlet together, and they just let Ramsu run wild in the fucking... I mean, it doesn't do anything. The Nano Boost went out onto the Brigitte. Anya knew that they were going down, so she popped the Nano over to lane, and NYXL Drainers have an extra leg to stand themselves back up and continue to fight this one out. That was the major win con that Microwave were banking on. It got absolutely nowhere.
Wait, Mari is on the Winston? I've never seen Mari play Winston in my life.
Really?
Never.
Really? Huh. Oh, you are in for a treat, my friend.
I'm excited in the most awesome way possible. Aramori has a 20, almost 30% lead on this. Oh my god, Mari gets melted!
Pop goes the Winston, and Microwave's chances of contesting at the scratch. I believe that point ended up getting ticked out here, so yes, they're gonna win the fight. Microwave, they're gonna be back closer to this midpoint and potentially denying the sword spawns from coming through. NYXL Drainers, they're crawling themselves back from the early defeat that they faced and are now just mere meters away from claiming the lead.
Tiny, less than 1 minute right now. Ramsu over to the Tracer right now. Overclock's going to be available here to death. You've got the Brigitte rally ready to go from Drainers. This is going to be so good. The Pulse Bomb takes Scarlet out.
No Scarlet, no Winston, and YXL Drainers, if they grab the lead here, Billy Michael Wave, I don't even know if it's going to be possible for them to be able to come back. They'll have 30 seconds, they'll have a single contest, but so far to push.
Okay, so if you're Microwave right now, you have to play this slow. You have to play this methodical. You cannot invest any
Death needs
right
to live.
now. Yeah, Death has to live, otherwise it's game over.
Death is alive and fighting to go another day, and they have a tool to work with. Last time, Aramori threw this Nano onto the Sojourn. Fireworks went off. Microwave, they need that again, and Aramori has to live to make this happen. It's now in the overtime. The bot must be contested at every single moment. It's the overclock coming on out. Death looking for a target to go through. Hasn't found much of anything. Alisu and Mori back with dueling primal rages. They're causing a bunch of chaos towards the back. It's isolating the supports. It means Alisu isn't going to have a ton. They're forfeiting the space. Even if no one has gone down, the payload has gotten slowly closer to the front towards that center, canceling those forward spawns. And Microwave, they use support ultimates for days to go ahead and pull out. The sleeps have been insane. Not both sides, as a matter of fact, but the Drainers have been leading for so long. Scarlet and Aramori were under so much damage, so much to look at that they shall eventually crumble. Microwave, that life drained out of them for the 4th time as NYXL Drainers are your NA Kunoichi Kocoa champions.
My heart is about to leap out of my gigantic chest right now. The respect that these players have for each other.
Wow.
As soon as that map was over, nothing but GG's. No BS in the chat. Absolutely class act from all these gamers. I love you all. Death, please put that in your reel whenever you put it out on YouTube. I will absolutely sign off on that. But my God, what a series. Oh,
wow.
I mean, this Nixel Drainers team, combination of Nixel Embers, Chengdu Drainers, absolutely lethal. Somebody check their PC because this is not fair to everybody else. And you know what? We're not done just yet.
Oh, yeah,
Tiny.
no.
We're going to get an interview with one of the winning players.
Oh, we absolutely are. I believe it will be Senna coming into our chat to give us a glimpse of what is going on behind the scenes. NYXL Drainers champions once again. Don't go anywhere. We'll be hearing from the interview just after this. What a day, Chef Billy. What a weekend that we have had here with our Kunoichi tournaments. The Coco champion has been crowned not once, but twice. NYXL Drainers have taken home both the NA and EU competitions for a total of $500 in cash prizing. And we just gotta know how they ended up doing it. We have Senna with us here on the desk once again to walk us through what that process is. Now, Senna, I know that we've gotten on here, we've talked a couple times, you're no stranger to winning throughout these tournaments, but I gotta know, you've won both of these circuits. How does it really feel for you?
Well, I've won all 5 Kunoichis until now, so that's 100% win streak.
Wow, look at that!
Flex.
Bring out the muscles.
No, seriously, this has been very impressive. Now, Microwave seemed like they were starting to figure out a little bit of what you guys are trying to dish out there. When they brought out the unconventional comp there on Esperanza, what was your initial thought seeing the Mari Doomfist, which is really good, by the way? How did you guys deal with that in the end and turn it into your favor?
Well, when we were in spawn, we were like, I was like suggesting Monkey, but then Ollie, so my tank, was like, they're probably gonna play Ram Bastion again because they're gonna expect us like Monkey here. So I was like, well, sure, we'll just go Ram then, I guess. But then they came out on Doom. So and we tried to like work it out. And I think if we were better at that comp, because I'm not good at Mei, so it's like I'm not a flexi player. I think I could have played better and would have probably been fine and stayed the same. But I just decided to just swap to dive because it just, yeah, it's like Monkey into that comp is way better.
Did you just say that you weren't good at dive?
No, I'm not good at Mei. I'm not good at Mei.
You're not good. I'm sorry, you're not good at Mei.
I'm not a good at flexi PS player. I'm not a flexi PS player. So
yeah, it could have fooled me because we saw you rocking it out all day long. Give me a little bit of insight. Because this is what I thrive on is kind of getting into the minds of the players. Deciding to play the Monkey, who decided that? And you know, with the changes to Winston's Tesla ignoring armor now, was that a big factor in deciding that hey, we can actually play this?
Yeah, we always already wanted to play Monkey 90% of the time because we have Ollie, who was just a ball Monkey Orisa player, like really good in EU. We already wanted to play Monkey, but for that last point, it was like, Andy was just like, okay guys, I don't care about ults, let's just swap Monkey. There you go.
And then, you know, you've said it before. You guys, you know how to play the game. Billy and I have constantly been complimenting your ability to, of course, have these insane mechanical plays from players like X10 and yourself, but also to play some of the smartest Overwatch that we have seen. You know, you guys are a combination of a couple of rosters kind of coming into this tournament. What does that adjustment really look like to get you ready for Kunoichi?
Well, the main adjustment was just like me on Flexi PS, because we were talking about like me and XM were kind of talking like, okay, since we want to play Monkey 90% of the time, it'll just be Tracer or Tracer Ash Trojan, whatever, right? And that's just fine. That's all okay. We can play that. But then we realized Ram is also good, and we probably need to play some Ram at times. And I was like, oh, damn, I need to play Mei. So I dusted off my Mei. I dusted off my Mei from Major 1 and decided to do that. But for the rest, like our team is just smart. Like we have good players, we have contenders players, all players, so we know what we're doing.
Oh, absolutely.
I was really impressed with the flexibility. You guys seem to really figure out when to make swaps. King's Row, I want to harken back to King's Row because they brought the Bastion out, and I think that you guys were completely caught with your pants down on that one because you didn't seem to rectify the changes that needed to happen on the back of it. Tell me when you guys are faced with something that you're not expecting, tell me what the thought process is. Who is your shot caller? Is it Adiun that's actually calling out the compositions, or is it like a team, like a hive mind, like, okay, I want to do this, I want to do this? Tell me how that decision is made.
Yeah, most of the time it's between Anion or Ollie. It's just you know, sometimes Anion says it, sometimes Ollie. But a lot of the times it's like I myself feel like, okay, I'm not doing good in this hero, so I want to swap. But most times it's just between Andian or Ollie, or even everyone at the times. That Bastion caught us off guard, and I was playing bad that round, so that was just a GG go next round. And then change comp and go next.
I mean, you guys continue to impress as this flexible, intelligent team that knows exactly how to play the game of Overwatch. You have some incredible experience under your belt and the championships to prove it. As you said, you're undefeated within Kunoichi as an individual, and considering the amount of events that we've had, it's pretty insane to have somebody to be able to say that already. And Senna, I mean, that's all that we have for you here today for the Kunoichi Kocoa event. We really appreciate you coming here on the desk with us to giving us that insight into your squad. Want to bid you farewell. I know it's rather late for you out there in Europe, so let you get some sleep, celebrate with your team, and hopefully we're gonna go ahead and see you on the next tournament.
Thank you very much.
Of course. And wow, Chef Billy, I mean, there's so much to think about that goes into this game. A team like NYXL Drainers, it's success like that doesn't happen overnight. I mean, hearing about all of this planning, the strategy, and how they really can take it down to a team level under the leadership of their tank and Anian, I mean, it's absolutely incredible.
I mean, that's what the beauty of competitive Overwatch is. And you know what? We're seeing how our game, now that we don't have Overwatch League, is going to kind of pan out to be. And, you know, the players are still going to be doing their thing. We're still going to be here in the booth, bringing you all the action, especially with the Calling All Heroes initiative. This is, you know, gathering a massive snowball down a mountain right now, and just blessed to be here, blessed to bring you the stories of these players. I love talking to the players, if you haven't noticed already, that this is what this is all about. It's about bringing their stories to the screen and then getting a chance to talk to them afterwards. So yeah, I mean, absolutely. 2023 has been a great year for us, and great year for the Calling All Heroes initiative, and getting to know these players on the back end.
And it goes beyond the players. It goes to our tournament organizers, our casters, our production. I mean, all of these people are here to get their chance to learn, to have that spotlight and really highlight what the marginalized gender and women in Overwatch can pull out. And, you know, I love having these Kunoichi events. And I want to take a second to highlight our production staff for today. We had Echo making us look all fancy up here. She's been incredible all weekend bearing with us. We have on our observers, it was Orange and Little Joe for this game. Cry had stepped in a little bit earlier. Of course, Loki and Spectron, we took over for them earlier in the day, and it goes way beyond that. And I want to take a moment just to thank everybody for coming out to support Kunoichi as a viewer, giving them your cheers, giving them that support. That is what we are all here for ourselves. And of course, it's close to the holidays. I want you guys to take a moment to thank yourselves. Get some hot cocoa. I take this 100% seriously. It's the best drink for the holiday season. Go treat yourselves after this wonderful day. Chef Billy, it's time to go ahead and sign off. It's been a pleasure working with you, and the rest of Kunoichi. We'll see you around for our next event.
Love y'all. Night night.
Bye.